Alright, what's up everybody? It's Lids, and we're back for some more Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer, and last week, we tried out the Krogan Mercenary for the first time, doing some flamer and flak cannon action, and took a little while to get used to that setup, but once we did and started to get the hang of it a bit, it did start to feel like it had a particular rhythm to it, which was kind of fun to play. We also unlocked the first level of a few ultra-rare weapons. I think it was the first time we unlocked the Roserad. Certainly the first time we used it, because we did test that out a bit, and that was a powerful and fun weapon, so we might look to use that today. But we also got the first level of the Savoa, which we did not yet try, so that might be something we'll look to try very soon. But we do also have a whole bunch of credits for us to cash in, as per usual, so why don't we start by taking a look at what we can pick up here. And although we've not unlocked every single gear slot, equipment slot upgrade, there is nothing being sold in that category within the shop. It's just going straight to the ultra rare character. I was taking a look at it earlier today. I was like, I know the list is getting shorter, the number of things we need to pick up, but that seems pretty crazy to me. So yeah, there's one or two things that we still have not yet picked up, but apparently we won't be picking those up right now, and I think, as per usual, we'll probably wait until this flips over to being ultra-rare weapons, so looks like that's not going to be a today type of thing, and we'll have a fair bit of mission funds saved up for when that does eventually turn into ultra-rare weapon. So in that case, let's go over to... oh, well, actually, we do also happen to have this Combat Mastery Silver, which I imagine is probably from the flak cannon that we were using last week. That's probably why we're seeing it now. But packs. We should be able to open up a whole lot of those. So why don't we get started with that? And we are at the point now where I think we have maxed out many, not quite all, as you can see here, but many of the rare characters and almost all of the rare weapons, at least the base versions of them. So I think we will probably max out every character, such as the Human Guardian, which for a while was the one that was lagging behind everything else. So that indicates that there's probably not a whole lot more character levels remaining. But the base levels of the weapons will probably do a fair bit of maxing out. Not sure if we'll get every single one there, but we will probably see a lot of alternate versions of weapons popping up. Huntress, to max that out, is pretty sweet, because as you might have noticed on the main menu there, that is nowadays, and I think I mentioned this before, but nowadays, the character that more often than not, I should say, I am playing in between streams to farm up the credits. Oh, yeah, no, the Turian Havoc Trooper, that's a ways behind the other ones. Did not really pay that much attention to it when we got it the first time, other than just that it was not level 20, or not immediately next level 20. Duelist, I think was it last week we got the first level of this character, or maybe the week before? It's a relatively recent addition. We obviously haven't played her yet, because at this point, we are still trying to go through all of the rare characters, not yet done any of the ultra rares. Crusader. Okay, so this is interesting, because this was either the first or maybe the second ultra rare weapon that we unlocked, and then we went months with not getting this upgraded at all. So obviously at least when we were first starting on bronze, it was very nice there, because you could just about one-shot at least all the basic enemies. Then as we started to go up into the higher difficulties, it became clear that, the Crusader got a pretty significant nerf going into Andromeda relative to Mass Effect 3, so especially given how we've not gotten many more levels on it, probably not about to use it again anytime soon. Alright, game. You have anything else you want to tell me? It might be that Havoc Trooper is the only rare character we have left that we've yet to max out. Oh, okay, our first level of the Avenger Siphon. That's very cool, because we did a little bit, tiny bit of the Avenger S a while back when we first got it, and I thought it was decent. And then for a while, I was acting on the assumption that those S versions of the various weapons were not ever going to get the Siphon and concussive and bulwark versions. So to get the Siphon of the Avenger, I think my favorite of the various S weapons, it could be worth checking that out at some point. Okay, Terrain Havoc Trooper. We'll see if anyone else character-wise does pop up. All right, the Turian agent we saw as well. It's the Turians. The Turians are lagging behind here. Revenant, now the first concussive level of that. So I imagine that once we do get these characters maxed out, at that point, we could get rare consumables, I suppose. But otherwise, it's okay. Well, there is Turian agent now maxed out, and that was the first, technically second character that we ever played. First one that we maxed out, so that's good to see that reach rank 20, because I guess there's a little bit of nostalgia for that reason, even if it wasn't that long ago. But yeah, once we have all of the rare characters maxed out, then it'll be just consumables, I guess, but mostly weapons that we'll get in that category, or, you know, from any rare that we get is going to be a weapon, basically, or a consumable. So I think it's a higher probability of us getting the weapons more quickly at that point. Key Shock we keep on getting, which I'm not a huge fan of, because I like it in Mass Effect 3. As I've said every time it's popped up here, I like it in Mass Effect 3. I have nothing against it in Mass Effect 3. It was atrocious in Andromeda, the times that we tried it, and that is now Turian Havoc Trooper maxed out. I imagine that is the last of the rare characters, so I don't think we've seen any others. So now I think we're really going to start to see all these alternate versions of the weapons. Yes, again, it is still possible we'll get more of the rare consumables too, but hoping that we can see, in some cases, the first version of Siphon in particular, of course, the one that we'll be probably most looking forward to getting. Scorpion Siphon. This is interesting. Like, how does this work? How does this leech when it attaches a sticky grenade to enemies? So at least it's not leeching immediately, but I assume it must still leech when the grenade goes off, right? I guess that might make it significantly worse. Wait, what happens for stuff like the Scorpion when it comes to concussive, which does the explosion when you get a headshot? And at least in Mass Effect 3, Scorpion is not allowed to get headshots. I assume that technically is still the case in Andromeda as well. So is there a concussive version of the Scorpion that just doesn't do anything special at all? Or do they just not even do a concussive version of it? No concussives on weapons that can't get headshots. Okay, interesting. Yeah, because I was going to say, that'd be an awfully big tease. It was like, oh man, yes, I just got my first concussive on this weapon. I can't wait to finally use it. We do actually have a few weapon mods here that we've not maxed out. And in many cases, I think they're the pure damage ones. So they're good mods. We would like to get those too. I'm surprised they've taken this long. They've been quite difficult for us to pick up relative to the weapons and whatnot. But also, what's up, Captain Ash? How's it going? Good to see ya. Yes, like Venom, Scorpion. Rieger, technically in Mass Effect 3, is allowed to headshot, I believe. Counterintuitive as that might seem, because you would assume that it, am I thinking of that, or is it that it can pierce? There's something that Rieger can do in Mass Effect 3 that intuitively you would think it would not be allowed to do. It can definitely pierce. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. No worries, no worries. Well, thanks for stopping by. Speaking of going to bed, for what it's worth, I am currently operating on about 4.5 hours of sleep. So we're making it work at the moment. Okay, Concussive Katana, starting to get the alternate versions of that. But, you know, the brain is already probably functioning on certainly not 100%. And that is only going to deteriorate, and probably deteriorate very quickly. I imagine at some point I'm going to hit a wall, and that wall is just going to be absolutely, it's going to be pretty dramatic, I imagine, where suddenly I'm just not going to be able to speak at all. You know, all of my words are just going to be incoherent blabberings and whatnot, and, you know, you might hear my head just thud against the desk as I just crash out. So, you know, I've equipped myself with a a half-melted bowl of ice cream to give me a an energy boost, a momentary, you know, a brief energy boost from the sugar spike when I do eat that. But so that's for in case of emergencies. But basically, point being, when that wall hits, it's gonna have to be a pretty quick wrap on the stream at that point. I don't know exactly when it will hit, but it's definitely coming at some point. Yeah, let's see. And how far? We're actually okay. Hold on. We could be going through it, these packs, I suppose, a little bit faster, but we are definitely at this point. I think we're probably starting to get all the rare weapons into their alternate versions. And the Falcon, I think that's the one that is the same weapon that the Ket's assault rifle guys use, right? And we tried that for a little bit, I think. It was kind of similar to the Cyclone, which for a while was our go-to weapon across the board. Oh, what am I saying? No, well, there you go. Brain already not working very well because I thought we still had an extra digit at the end of the number of credits we had, so I thought we were only about halfway through. But no, we were basically done going through those. So, okay, yes, I believe, and we can just double check, but I'm pretty darn sure that at this point, we have now maxed out all of the characters of the rare variety. So are these all 20s? These are all 20s. So there you go. All rare characters maxed out. Weapons, at this point, you know, that again, the base versions, we may have the base versions all maxed out, but okay, no, this is very jarring when that happens, when it does that. But we might be starting to get all the alternate versions of things, so, you know, not that that's super urgent. It's not as if we must get absolutely all of them done as quickly as possible, because, you know, there's still, even a level 1 or 2 ultra rare is oftentimes better than the vast majority of rares, but, yeah, we'll take a peek at them every now and again. Let's take a look at what our dailies are, so we can figure out what we might want to do for our character for today. So Magma Bronze. Okay, well, I mean, that's good for starting out, because if we are about to try a new character, then presumably we'll want to at least start on Bronze. Magma, I swear, has been, I'm pretty sure it's been the daily for at least 3 days in a row now. So, been playing a lot of Magma recently, so that I'm not as thrilled about, but obviously you can do that with any character, any weapon, any setup. So let's take a look at our characters. What are we going to want to use today? Because we are now, I believe, just over halfway through using all of the rare characters. So of the ones we have left, there is the Angara Insurgent, Shield Boost Assault Turret, Trip Mine. There's the Juggernaut, which, as I've said many times before, I think is the one that is in some ways our highest priority, in that he is, by most accounts, the strongest character of all the rares that we have yet to use. On the other hand, I feel like, given that, I deserve it. This character deserves me being closer to 100% to play him. Right, he's easy mode, right? So I am eager to play this guy, but I feel like I'd be doing him a disservice if I were to, you know, be playing him while I was for the first time while I was half asleep and just wouldn't really be able to experience the character and play the character the way that it ought to be played. So maybe we hold off on that. Warp, I did hear, is bugged and does require, like, very significantly bugged in that it doesn't do the primary thing that it's supposed to do unless you install a mod, which I've not yet installed. So that probably rules out these two. And that means we pretty much just have two options, the Batarian Scrapper or the Angara Insurgent. Yeah, right. My go-to character for Plat has been the Asari Huntress, who's been great for that. But I definitely see, obviously, a lot of Huntresses as well. A lot of Angara and, what's it called? The Avenger. Angara and Avengers. But Juggernaut's very common as well. definitely. And a different role relative to the infiltrators, so it'd be interesting to get the chance to do that in the not-so-distant future, but I'm starting to think that signs are pointing toward the Angara Insurgent, unless we took, like, one of these two characters that have warp, and we just said, well, you know what? Warp is not worth taking. You know, if we just go all in on backlash and shield boost on this guy, I don't know. Yeah, the Scrapper, I feel like I've heard some people say some good things about as well. Definitely not as popular, but the Insurgent, I've seen people use every once in a while, but not much. So, yeah, Juggernaut's super common, for sure. I think we try the Angara Insurgent. It's a character that, I will be honest, I'm not entirely sure how I want to build this guy, but we can give it a go. I think one of the things that we were asking ourselves was, yes, this character has Assault Turret. However, do we want to build around Assault Turret? There are several other characters that have it that we've already played. On all of those characters, we have not spec'd into Assault Turret at all. We've just left it at rank 1. I think we still have a base human engineer that we have not used. Yeah, so I suppose if we wanted to have a dedicated Assault Turret character, we could always just level up the base human female engineer and use her for that. So that is good to have that context, because otherwise I might have felt a little bit obligated to at least have a character that is spec'd for Assault Turret, so that I at least give the skill a chance, because I've not really given it a chance at all thus far. But it means that if we do have another character who could become a designated Assault Turret character, then we don't have to feel obligated to do it here. So we've not yet used Trip Mine on any characters. I did briefly use this in the campaign, but it didn't really work for the build that I was trying to create, so I dropped it pretty quickly. Not because the skill itself was not good, it was a wonky setup that didn't interact with, or the game mechanics didn't work out the way that I'd hoped they would, with supposed to be cloaked, lift annihilation, and trip mine to detonate floating enemies, but you can't do annihilation and cloak simultaneously, so had to scrap the build, so didn't really get the chance to see much of trip mine. It is, of course, a skill in Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, at least, so I probably have at least a half-decent sense for how it works. Deploys an explosive mine that triggers when an enemy comes within proximity of it or crosses a sensor laser. Enemies suffer more damage the closer they are to the mine. Activation requires 1 power cell from trip mines, limited power cell supply. Maximum number of active mines equals the current number of maximum power cells. So the damage, the base damage, is astronomical. Well, what's up, J-Bat? How's it going? Work smalls. Wait, it can be a primer? Trip mine? Huge base damage. The damage radius is pretty big. It's more so the getting it to trigger part that can be tricky, at least in Mass Effect 3 is my context there, because there you see the radius much, much smaller. It does have a little laser that if enemies walk onto it, it'll explode. But laser range is 5 meters, starts with 2 power cells. Okay, so I think we're gonna certainly want to max out Trip Mine. As for what we want to do with shield... Oh, have we done shield boost on a character yet? Is this our first shield boost character? It might be. So, for the other stuff, not as sure. Obviously, we can't max out everything immediately anyway, so we don't need to make up our mind just yet, but let's prioritize Trip Mine. So we have... over here... mines act as combo detonators, or mines deliver an electromagnetic pulse, stunning enemies and causing added damage to shields. Electrified enemies are briefly primed for combo detonations. But this is still pretty solid for it. What's up, Spartan? How's it going? Yeah, so... is it worth it? Because here it says... the way that it... so I've never played it in... or... never really played it extensively in Andromeda. Here, the electrified enemies are briefly primed for combo detonation. Stun duration only 2 seconds. Makes me a little bit hesitant to commit to that hard, but if you guys, if you guys think that's the way to go, then we can certainly plan for that. What do we have in terms of other potential primers and detonators? Potentially could have the assault turret prime, but as I was saying, not super thrilled about that. Shield boost, I assume, is not doing much of anything from a priming or detonating standpoint. And that's true. We have a bazillion respec cards, and we've only ever used one of them, so it's not like we are super concerned about, you know, trying something out and feeling like we made the wrong choice. So let's experiment a bit. Not necessarily sure we're going to immediately go all the way up to rank 6 when we're just level 1 here. Probably going to want to get a little bit of survivability, maybe a little bit of passive damage stuff. It's 15% damage force, power cell capacity, increased proximity trigger radius, and laser sensor distance. So this is interesting because, as we were saying, the damage is huge. The tricky thing, at least in Mass Effect 3, is usually actually getting the mines to go off. So increasing the radius that it triggers feels like that could actually be really useful. I feel like just quality of life and actually actualizing the potential damage, this could be big. Obviously, having an additional power cell is also very good, but I feel like you might want to go this route. It's more like proxy mine than cane trip mine. Okay. Yes, that's a good point. I'm thinking of cane trip mine in Mass Effect 3 when I'm thinking of how this would perform. You're saying it's more like proxy mine, which admittedly I do not have as much experience with as I do with cane trip mine, but AoE is good for combos. Because I would think you can always prime with your weapon with ammo, right? Use a consumable to prime with your weapon, and that way, but you can't do that with detonation. You can only prime with your weapon. So why not use the detonator or use the trip mine for detonation, so that way you have a way to pull off combos, because otherwise, sure, you can do this, get more priming, but you don't have any way to detonate. Now, counter-argument to that is probably, Lids, did you read the base damage number? You're not going to need to set off combos, but yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You get the power cells from your consumables, if necessary, because that is possible, whereas you're not going to increase the radius from consumables. That's not possible. Damage radius versus pure damage. This is also a little bit tricky. The pure damage is ginormous, so, I mean, it's certainly, at least against basic enemies, you would think that you don't really need that damage. Maybe on Plat you might. But against bosses, it could make a difference. Even potentially even on some of the lower difficulties. The radius, though, obviously, you can hit multiple enemies with that huge damage. It's already 8 meters, which is pretty huge. What about, if we're looking at some of these, there's a combo, detonation, damage. And this has the stun. I'm just trying to see if, and also damage against shields, trying to see if this has anything, either of these, that might influence what we'd want to do here. So, I mean, this might also be a decent place for us to stop on trip mine for the time being. Take a little bit of power damage here for just a cheap 1-point investment. Get a little bit of extra shields, since we are level 1, so it's not a terrible idea. You can get movement speed on this guy? Is this our first Angaran character that we've played? Is there an Angaran character who's a lower rarity? This might be our first. If you can only carry 4 mines, you can only place 4 before they go boom. So stacking power cell capacity means you can have like 11 active mines on the field. Yeah, that feels like something where we're just going to have to try it out before we get a good feel for what is the right number. I mean, obviously, the more the merrier, the more the better, but there is an opportunity cost. All right, this is probably a good place for us to stop here as well. Is there... I don't Realistically, I don't know how much I want to invest in shield boost or assault turret. Because I just don't really know what we want this character to do other than trip mine. Are we trying to be a defensive support character, or are we trying to just be pure damage? I don't know. I legitimately do not know. Maybe we do that. I think passives are definitely safe, because we know we're going to want power damage. Combos, I feel like we're not going to be doing that much of. I know we're talking about maybe priming and detonating, but I think base power damage on skills that have 1,300 base damage is a pretty huge deal. So I think we do that. And then, does this auto update? We're at basically 1,500 damage. And I'm not sure if that's just from this, or does that factor in the passive damage from offensive tech? I don't know. But okay, feels like a decent starting point. Feels like at least a decent starting point. Then for our weapons and gear bonus, what are we going to want with you? So we could very well take something to increase grenade capacity. That wouldn't be a bad idea. In fact, we may very well just want to go pure grenade capacity. Especially if we are prioritizing the trip mine early. There you are. Okay. And so trip mine's a grenade. That won't have a cooldown. The other skills we only have rank 1, so I mean, I want to say I'm not really sure the recharge penalty matters much here. I am curious to try the Savoa, which we got for the first time last week and have not yet tested. On the other hand, I feel like not the best choice for our very first time playing a character, because I feel like then we're going to be distracted with trying to see how good a weapon is while also trying to see how we're supposed to play with the trip mines. So we'll take it one step at a time here. I think we could maybe we'll do the Avenger Siphon, because we were talking about how that might be something we wanted to revisit. We did play it, or we did play the Avenger S a little bit before. The Avenger Siphon, of course, just a little bit more leech to go along with that. Okay, weapon damage. Also, it would probably help if we actually equipped it. And then clip size, penetration, stability, accuracy. Might go for stability. Okay. All right. Why don't we try that? Yeah, I heard really good things about the Savoa, so I am definitely eager to play it. It's just that I want to use it on a character that we feel relatively comfortable with already, so that we can focus on the Savoa and really get a feel for what that weapon is like. And I did hear people say, in particular, it's really good on characters that have turbocharge, which, I mean, obviously, any weapon is best on a character that has turbocharge. So maybe we'll wait until we're doing that, but you know, we'll find an opportunity to use it at some point, I'm sure. So the daily was bronze magma, right? Bronze magma. Okay, so let's search for that. Looking for the magma and bronze. Okay. Yeah, the dailies started pretty recently, so I imagine people. Oh no, we can't actually join this group. Lovely. Okay, that stinks. So that would have been perfect. Team that was just looking for one more. But that's okay. I mean, we could try making our own lobby like that and see if there are enough people interested in doing the daily to hop in our lobby, because the dailies did reset pretty recently, so maybe there's still a group of additional peoples. Might make sense to throw, well, I mean, on a bronze match, it's not really going to make much of a difference if we throw the experience booster on. Maybe we'll get a few levels and at least get ourselves up to silver before we're looking to do that. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, I would kind of like to see what this character plays like without doing any additional boosting first. Alright, but no one has immediately joined our group, so that suggests that maybe we should try at least one more time to join someone else. If not, if they're the only team that's doing this combination right now, and we're just continuously stuck, unable to join them, then maybe we'll... Oh! Okay, well there's at least one other person. Level 13... Okay. You know, obviously I'm not really expecting us to be doing some serious heavy lifting here at level 1, our first time playing this character, but hopefully we can... It's bronze, right? We should be able to do something. Well, actually, the problem is... Oh, and they're almost done. Sort of. It's wave 5. The problem is... Wow. This host, first of all. But also... It, alright. It's the adventure. Okay. Our skills, particularly the mine, is such that... When it works, it'll be... Okay. I'm trying to get out of here. There we go. When it works, we will have huge damage. When it doesn't work, it quite literally will do nothing. Because, well, that was not where I meant to throw that. It will quite literally do nothing because it won't blow up. So when I was saying, you know, well, hopefully we can at least do something. Even if we're a level 1 character. I know it's bronze, but surely we can do something. This is one time where that might actually be true. That if we were truly trying to go exclusively with the trip mine, we might do 0 damage if we just completely whiffed on all of them. Did throw a few of them out there, but
enemies triangulating our nearest
didn't get a great sense of how much damage it was actually doing. Or it didn't really stare straight at it as it went off or anything like that. Like, okay, so there's that. There it goes. That did hit you, but it didn't kill you. Okay. Have a dot? So in Mass Effect 3, at least, the ideal way to place them is usually... Is that gonna blow up on you? Yes, okay. I'm surprised that's not dealing a little bit more damage, to be honest with you. Because, I mean, this is bronze. And that should be a ton of damage. Also, I'm just kind of assuming that our teammate is doing all the objective stuff, because we've been seeing them do the first few, at least. It does mean we have a decent opportunity to test things out. But yeah, usually in Mass Effect 3, the way to do it is actually throw it on the wall. Like that. Enemies are just more likely to walk into it that way, generally speaking. We also, I know it's level 1, but we should get that. What is happening over here with the objective? Okay, I was gonna say, I was, for a while there, not paying any attention, just kind of taking for granted that our teammate was doing them, and I saw them go over to the last objective, so I just assumed that they had finished it. And then, suddenly I heard the timer going off, and I was like, hold on a minute. This might not be so automatic after all. Also, I have no idea where that trip mine went. It's not exactly my finest placement. Okay, what happens with you? I want you to walk over the trip mine when you have your shield up. What does it do? Does it just completely ignore it? No! No, don't kill her. I needed to see what happened. Does it backfire and hit us in the face? Your setup is put them around the turret so flamethrower can combo more oh. Okay, so is that the reason why you go... Oh, I was going to say this earlier, that I'm very used to playing the Huntress right now, because I was playing her all week in between streams, more or less. So I need to remind myself that I cannot just cloak and run away, and then I was reading chat, glanced back, and saw that I was invisible. It's like, wait, what? I'm not the Huntress anymore. But yeah, so you're saying, basically, use the priming trip mine. Oh, hello. Priming trip mine in combination with the detonating turret. You put that was not meant to be a trip mine. That was me instinctively pressing that button because I thought I was a huntress who could cloak. So exactly the situation that I was just describing happened subconsciously. Lids, technically it's unconsciously. No, I did mean subconsciously on that occasion. Remember when I said that I was going to be half asleep this entire stream? Yeah, so you're saying, to finish that thought, you were saying, use the priming on the trip mine, and then use the detonating on the assault turret. Try to place the trip mines next to the assault turret so that they can synergize with each other. Okay, no, that's fine. For a second there, I was like, is it just me, or are you floating up there for longer than you would usually be able to float up there? It does take a little bit before they can activate, which is that the case in Mass Effect 3 for the, again, I'm thinking mostly, again, this is also gonna hurt. Thinking mostly, we can do this. Thinking mostly about Cane Trip Mine rather than the Proxy Mine, which, as people were just saying a minute ago, maybe that's not the best comparison. But at least Cane Trip Mine, if the enemies walk up to it, it is possible for it to detonate immediately, right? It doesn't have any charge up time or anything like that, whereas it looks like this does. Cane Trip Mine, usually you would drop a whole bunch right in front of you, and then that would automatically detonate them, because you can only have 3 on the field at a time, so if you place a 4th one, it explodes the one that you placed first. So that's basically a way to manually activate them. Ooh, that person did not make it in, but I'm pretty sure they joined us at the last second, and that might be why. Alright, so we're going to stay in this lobby for a little bit, I think. It was, there were definitely times when we were walking into walls and what have you, because connection was, I think, a little bit questionable, but this is the right setup for the daily. So yeah, and probably makes sense for us again to not yet use any XP boosters until we're a little bit further along and on the difficulty side of things. Let me at least read how shield boost works in Andromeda. Initial shields restored per second. Shield restored duration, 3 seconds. Effect. Okay, so it sounds pretty much identical to Mass Effect 3. Okay, now they're waiting for us. Okay, we'll ready up. We'll probably, once the dailies are over, we'll probably switch lobbies, and then at that point, we'll probably take a minute to check out upgrades we can make. At the moment, these guys will be probably looking to jump straight into the next match. But yeah, so I don't have a good idea for if we want to go the prioritizing shield boost, prioritizing assault turret as our second power, or if we want to do a little bit of both those things. Like, yeah, like you see here, whenever we go up to change in elevation, round a corner, it's a little wiggly. So I would like to not have to play in this lobby once we're done with the daily. Did that? Okay, it did blow. Trip mine that I put there. Trip mines that I put over there. At least one of them did. So it does seem like it takes a little bit before they can activate. That's actually 2 of these dudes. It's like otherwise that would have activated immediately, I would think. Whoa, okay, that was disorienting. And that is a good example of, especially because of that delay, a situation where realistically you would not really want to use a trip mine there. You would want to just shoot the enemy in the face, which is what I did with the next guy for that very reason. But yeah, I could see how if you have priming with both trip mine and with your weapon, with something like disruptor ammo in particular, because that's really good at priming, then you could, you would be relying pretty heavily on your turret in that case for those detonations. And you kind of wouldn't want the trip mines to go off, so you're relying on them for the I mean, you know, either the trip mine goes off and you get the big base damage, hopefully getting kills, or it must be our turret, because I'm not actively shooting anything. That is the case. So yeah, you either would want the trip mine to blow up and just destroy enemies with the high base damage, or you have the trip mine stay up. In that case, obviously, they're not going to explode for the big damage, but they're priming, dealing a little bit of damage to nearby enemies, and the turret finishes enemies off. Like, I guess I could see, if you do that, you kind of, I mean, it's a loaded term, but camp? You hang out in a specific area, next to a whole bunch of trip mines, next to your turret, and that allows you to stun. The priming also stuns from the trip mines, right? Didn't it say that? Stun for 2 seconds, primes for 2 seconds, does a little bit of damage. So you do that all around you. Theoretically, it gives you a little bit of a pseudo protective barrier. And you can deal damage with your weapon, of course, and you can also just have your turret there. And it might kind of start to feel a little bit like Human Artificer and the Solarian Architect, some of the other pet characters. Basically, the turret obviously is a quote-unquote pet, and by having that stunning trip mine, you can sort of have that feel like a pet that's giving you a passive bonus as well, helping you lock down an area. So I could sort of see that being a thing.
Data received. That's a wrap. Hang in there, Apex.
Not that that would necessarily be
Go get 'em.
my favorite type of character,
Nice job, Apex.
but I can see the case being made for doing stuff like that.
Just like the old days.
Yeah, because this guy,
En route.
Go, go.
yeah, he's almost like a pet character. I mean, he legitimately has at least one character that is or one skill that is a quote-unquote, you know, or a summoned thing. Oh, there's also a dude right next to us. And by a dude, I mean a dog. And by a dog, I mean a wraith. Okay, so, like, here's an example of, was that the most perfectly placed trip mine? No, it wasn't. Would I have liked that to have gone off? Yeah, it would have been nice if it did. Is that our mine going off, or is that a concussive weapon going off? That was it.
Clear. Stay alert.
That hurt my brain.
Enemies incoming.
Clear out.
I would be kind of interested to see how our damage stacks up against big enemies like this Ascendant. If we could get him to hang out here. You know, just put a whole bunch of stuff here, hang out in this general area, and hope that eventually the Ascendant comes over here. Come this way! No, don't kill him! He needs to come here. In the name of science, don't you dare. Darn it. So much for that experiment.
Good. Stay sharp.
Again, you know, could we have conducted the experiments a little bit better? Was our procedure a little bit faulty? Yeah, you know, perhaps we could have placed those trip mines closer to
Enemies
the enemy in the first place.
Find their sensor arrays and get them broken.
I don't know who's doing this right now. Is it us? It was us.
Shut
Okay.
down.
Find cover!
Oh, no, that time it wasn't us. It should have been us, but So it does make it a little bit tricky. Oh, and yeah, we also have the little bug slash thing that happens when you're in a lobby with lots of lag, where enemies that you have already killed walk around with 0 HP. Which is also really confusing.
Enemy tech is deactivated. Objective complete.
Yeah, because I don't really want to focus too much on the weapon. Yes, I am curious to test the Avenger S siphon a little bit more, but I mean, on bronze, we can mow down enemies with it if we're using it aggressively, so kind of trying not to do that. Trying to focus more on what makes this character unique, and that is a little bit of this guy, but mostly the trip mines. And I guess, you know, we could always
Get to the extraction zone.
proactively place some. What I'd love to do would be if it just one there. No, that's the wrong direction. That's more what I was looking for. I mean, I was just trying to just... Hold on. Like, is this Wraith alive? That one is alive. You were definitely dead. Okay, can you guys not kill the enemies that are going to walk up through our trip mines? Because I put a lot of effort into setting those up. So I would very much like for them to work. Also, chances are very good that I'm not going to notice when they go off, because, well, one of them just went off. Obviously, we're on the opposite side of the map right now. What the heck? I was not paying particularly close attention when that enemy showed up, and then when I did eventually finally look over, I just saw it collapse on the ground without a head, which was also confusing. You're pretty sure already dead. It does make it hard to attack enemies when you start approaching an enemy and it takes a little while before you realize, oh no, this enemy is just a zombie. It's actually already dead. And the game is just playing a little trick on me. And I fell for it. Oh, okay, I threw that a little bit further than I intended to throw that. Hey, when I actually threw them at the enemies, we eventually got one of them to go off.
All targets down. Everyone standing. Drinks are on me.
But okay, so I think, you know, again, I didn't have any particular plan in mind when it came to how I wanted to build this character, but I think you guys have probably given me at least enough of a vision that I can see a direction we could go. Again, like, is it the best way to set up this character? I have no idea, but there is a synergy there. There is some interaction between the skills, so I think it could be interesting. So why don't we, let's see. We do need to go one more round with these guys, right? Because we joined mid-match that first game. Okay, alas, but apparently most of those guys were done. Hopefully this person does not switch up the criteria on us. Okay, let's just jump in now, in that case. I mean, a level 20, Huntress, we should be fine here. Don't think we need to be too concerned about having a functionally level 1 character. And yeah, I guess in that case, by the time we do get enough time to invest our skills, we should have a few skill points to burn. So basically, yeah, I think we can try the trip mine plus assault turret. We'll go trip mine for priming, assault turret for detonating, and the play style will be try to set up all those things relatively near us and just have an area. This looks like an interesting place to throw some of these. So try to set all those things up relatively close to where we're standing, and then we can just sort of control that area, lock it down. It is nice to have a button to press when you're in trouble with the shield boost. On bronze, you know, it's probably good enough that it can bail us out of some otherwise somewhat questionable situations we find ourselves in. On the higher difficulties, I imagine you're gonna need to level it up more before that's the case.
3 left. Go get them.
And now, admittedly, I'm doing more just pure Avenger stuff because I'm a little more concerned about making a meaningful contribution slash a higher percentage of the enemies are going to be going after us, first of all. And second of all, our teammates are requiring more contributions from us, at least to a certain extent, because, like, that's not blowing up. Because we're the only other player in this lobby right now. Or at least, we should probably approach it that way. Even if our teammate could probably solo this. Get the trick mine off in time? I don't think so. But there's more enemies remaining than I would have thought. I dare ya. Come after us. Do it. You won't. I dare you. That's the wrong direction. No, no. No, that's illegal. How dare you? How dare you refuse to cooperate? I stand by. This is a great place to use that. As would be this.
Upload it before they lock us out.
Okay, this could be a little tricky. Ooh, okay, is that the guy who was technically in our circle? Oh, no, nice. Throw that on the little pillar there. Right on the edge, but I missed. You are shooting at something over here. Is that enemy dead? Yes. Oh. You still had time to throw that? They're taking care of that. The recharge time on shield boost is humongous for what it's worth. If there's one thing I've noticed about it, it is that. Which is probably fair. Otherwise, you could just about make yourself invincible. This is a nice place for trip mines as well. Oh, back in the other area. Okay. So that... I mean, it is interesting. It's understandable why that happens, that we're getting kills on the opposite side of the map that we may not have even remembered we had set up.
Upload complete. Well done, team. Hang in there, Apex.
But it is still a little strange.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. Reload. We're tracking
To not know exactly what happened.
Enemies headed your way. Move away.
Alright, I think we're back to... Oh, well, hold on. I was gonna attempt to put it right on the staircase. Oh. I guess that worked. Oh, well, it would have worked there. One moment. I need... Oh. Maybe that could hit a Hydra? I don't know. So it is like Trip Mine in Mass Effect 3 in that the angle at which you place it can sometimes be very sensitive. Which is why you find yourself sometimes in this situation where if that had been placed on a more preferable angle, we probably would have gotten the kill there with the Trip Mine. But the enemy just walked right under it. And as I say every time we play new characters, one of the things that interests me the most, maybe this is a bit of an overstatement, but I am very curious always to see what the character's unique lines are. Okay, so what happens if the Ascendant goes through here? I imagine if he teleports, he will not get hit by it, right? Has to actually walk, or, you know, hover through it. And did the... Wait, hold on, what? Somebody walked through that. Didn't really notice anything happened, though. I don't think the Trip Mine is there anymore. So, theoretically, it did blow up. Oh, double. Saw that one. Did not see this one. I'm trying to be sneaky. One of them did succeed. Wait, no. No. Leave the sus. Leave the sus. This is important. This is important. No, don't kill them. Don't kill them. No! It was such a great opportunity. Why'd you do that?
Enemies down. Keep your guard up. We're vermin free.
I mean, sure, we'll keep them there, but I was really looking forward to that. Do that. Oh. Why did I think that this was extraction already? Excuse me, sir. You break it, you buy it? What? Okay, you just teleported in here? That's not cool. Didn't we got double upload, didn't we? That's unfortunate. Okay, so how much is this damage against the feet? Oh, shield boost. Stay away from my upload. Okay, yeah, I know everybody's here. Theoretically, might be able to get some big explosions. If we have any power cells remaining now. Okay, this is not gonna end well. Yep. How is our teammate doing? They are in one of the objective areas, but they had other enemies there. Okay, they are coming to get us. That I appreciate that. Okay, so like, Trip Mine here, theoretically, should be able to blow up and kill a whole bunch of people, if it would actually activate here. Okay, so that is also an unfortunate angle, not one that I was actually looking for. Oh, hello. Hey, buddy. You've activated my trap card.
Hang in there, Apex.
It's our section. Theoretically, case could be made for us hanging out here so we can distract enemies from this spot, but yeah, it's bronze. We should be able to just power through. Especially if we do that. None shall pass. Look at that.
Well done, team.
Perfect.
Nearly through.
You know, besides the whole 2 out of 3 stars thing, but otherwise, perfect. I like that simultaneous headshot. Us on one guy and our teammate on a different guy.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Nice. No, let them come. Oh no, we got both of them with that. Very nice. It's just you.
That hurt them. Be ready. Got 'em all! Shuttle incoming. Get to the extraction.
Yeah, this one's unfortunate. You're gonna just, oh, no, you didn't get hit by that. Okay. What? Okay. No, you're teleporting too. Gotcha. Gotcha. I think we already took the ammo from this spot, right? Or the grenades from that spot, really. I was gonna say, where did the fiend end up going? And the answer is right here.
Squad member down.
Oh, hold on. Where are they? At the LZ-ish? Ow, that's not good.
I'll help you.
Shield boost! But also, we probably shouldn't be hanging out here. We have succeeded at attracting all the enemies to the LZ.
Member down.
Okay, granted, there's still enough time. This is not a huge problem, but obviously if we died further away from the LZ with only a few seconds to spare, then that might have spelled trouble.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, we should go. Oh boy. Shield boost! Trip mine! Make them go boom! Also, preferably don't die.
All targets down, everyone standing. Drinks are on me.
Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Whoa. I mean, not that you should read too much into that, but we did finish in the top spot there as what was functionally a level 1 character. Again, it's just evidence to how when I just ignore the fact that we're a level 1 character and just rely entirely or almost entirely on our weapon, which is not level 1, then yeah, we can do a lot more. Okay, so let's take a minute now that we've finished the daily and we're gonna end up switching lobbies. We might as well take a look at how best to invest those skills. So yes, we could invest more in trip mine. Impressions on that thus far, obviously this is the thing we've been prioritizing for the first few matches. Damage on 1 or 2 occasions felt like it was not one-shotting medium power enemies on bronze, which was a little disappointing. I mean, so this deals less damage, or more damage when enemies are closer, less damage when enemies are further away. I don't know. I assume that means that the 1,300 is basically the damage for if they are directly on top of it, and they're further away, that number gets lower, which means that, yes, should be really good damage if enemies walk straight into it, but if you're on the edge of it, then yeah, the damage could be a little bit lacking and might not take out enemies that you would have otherwise assumed would get one shot. So obviously it's bronze, so it's still very early and hard to know definitively how much it's going to scale. But yes, I was thinking, you guys, I think you've convinced me to go the priming route with the assault. Wait. These both prime. Wait, no, I think my initial question / point stands of, it's a whole lot of priming, but it's no detonating. Which, if you have a teammate who's a very good detonator, then that might not be an issue, but otherwise it feels like it's a lot of redundancy there and not as much synergy as I would hope. Turn one of those things into a detonator, like potentially trip mine, or the assault turret, or ammo on weapons, and suddenly you have the ability to set up and detonate a combo, and that's okay, that's something. But if you're only priming, I might not be as convinced as I thought I was. Movement speed while evading? Does that just translate to evading further? I say maybe we take this. Take some passives. What is this one? Oh, that's the combo stuff. Let's take some defensive passives and we'll probably look to bump ourselves up to silver now. Reduces weapon weight, increases capacity of spare ammo and power. Oh, +1 power cell capacity. Okay, that's not bad. Otherwise, power restoration, tech construct, damage, and health. Okay, so that's interesting. This is basically a, are you prioritizing trip mine? If so, take the top. Are you prioritizing shield boost or assault turret? Take the bottom. Yes, this is 2 skills that this helps. Only 1 for the end. This does help your weapon to a certain extent. The spare ammo and weapon weight capacity is not a huge deal, though. So I think you have to still go for this, because trip mine is very much still going to be the thing that is carrying us to success, I think, on this character. And just out of curiosity, we can't afford this yet, but what are going to be our options? Rank 6, when you or a nearby ally receives damage, a bioelectric ward is automatically activated around that individual, increasing damage resistance for 5 seconds. May only occur once every 15 seconds per affected individual. The radius is 6 meters. The damage resistance is 80. 100 damage resistance cuts incoming damage in half, so it's not quite that, but that's a pretty sizable chunk. Happens automatically every 15 when you get hit with a 15-second cooldown. And it lasts for 5 seconds, so basically there's 10 seconds of downtime, which maybe on plat, occasionally on gold, might be enough of a window for enemies to take you down, but otherwise you should have that up most of the time when you are actively under fire. Otherwise it's melee. Yeah, we'd definitely be taking this. Okay, so I like that combo. I do like that combo. So I think we do this. And we have 3 points, which, I mean, maybe we're investing in assault turret either way instead of shield boost, but I really wish one of these was detonation. Really wish you had a detonation option and a priming option. That would make a huge difference. Otherwise, it feels like you kind of need to take the detonator here just so that you have something that can detonate, but I don't know. We don't need to make up our mind on that just yet, but we're going to need to relatively soon. Alright, so now we're done with dailies, so we are a free Angara to go with whatever match we please. Let's see if we can get something on silver, because that feels like that could be a good match for us to go for the eyes. Okay, sure. It's they're also midway through. It's also on the same map. There's just no escaping magma, I swear. Oh, also they just completed wave 6. Okay. We're joining this match late enough that there's a chance that we might not get credit for it, at least from an Apex mission standpoint. That's not a huge deal. It's a silver Apex. We can probably just send a strike team out to do it if we absolutely need to, so that needs to be a deal breaker. Is that low enough that that'll actually detonate on someone? Okay, this way kills. Or not. Okay, so let's see. I also didn't pay that much attention to who's in here with us. Broken Rivet I've played matches with many times before. I think I've seen some of these guys before as well. This should be a good team. Obviously, it's just Silver Apex now, but they might be looking to play higher difficulty ones later on. Might just end up ramping up the Apex difficulty level. That was an enemy. I hesitated for a bit when they just walked right next to us. Also, if you could maybe stand still for a moment. Okay, hold on. Stay right there. No, stay right there. Stay right there. No, but see, the thing is that you should stay right there. Okay, that was a little overkill. I have complimented enemies on their cool flip skills every once in a while, but on that occasion, that was too far. That was too far. 30 seconds. Maybe someone will walk into that before everything is said and done. But we gotta go. Alright, so we'll see again. Sometimes when you join a match really late on, as we did in that occasion, you don't get the full rewards at the end in some way, shape, or form, so we'll see exactly what we do end up getting. We did get the mission funds for it. We got some credits. I'm not sure if that's the full amount. We got a decent amount of XP. Might have thrown a XP booster on there if we had time, if they're not about to finish the match. If they stay on... I mean, Silver is probably still a good difficulty for us to be on at this stage. Let's throw at least something on. Whoa, okay, so remember when I said this team theoretically has some good players on it and they might be looking to ramp up the difficulty of the Apex? I was kind of assuming they were going to go one at a time from silver to gold. They went straight up to plat. I don't think we're... I mean, if we were coordinating with these guys, then maybe we could check with them if it's okay for us to take a character who's not going to be contributing much, but I think we should take an infiltrator here. Probably should be the Huntress, at least that would be the most reliable, because they are both tanking it up as Juggernauts, so it's at least the way to be a good teammate here, and then assuming they switch off the Apex, what is it? Oh, it's dampened powers? Okay, oh well. In this case, we don't want you, we want probably Disruptor ammo, and probably power capacity for more of the power cells. Okay, so could our teammates have carried us to victory when we were playing that Angara Insurgent? Maybe, but with no infiltrator at all on that team, I would not feel great about doing that, because I'd feel like we're kind of, you know, we're asking a lot of our teammates. Not that they can't do it, it's just that it feels like, you know, it's kind of disrespectful toward them. Being like, hey, I'm just... Okay, and Broken Rivet says someone else is coming. Okay, if we have a fourth person... Let's see, I am friends with him on the EA app. Let me open up the EA app. Could maybe ask him if it's okay if I take a leveling character, but maybe if it were a normal plat mission, the plat Apex feels like that's more of a stretch. Obviously, it's more experience, but it just feels like it's basically openly acknowledging the fact that I am readily admitting I'm not going to contribute anything to that match. So hopefully at least, you know, we can get the Plat Apex done here. Obviously it's great for more mission funds and for credits as well. But then hopefully after this we can switch back to the other dude. Go the Angaran approach.
The area and lock it down. Enemies
You know,
headed your
maybe
way.
if it's... Maybe if they keep it on plat, but at least have it set for just a normal plat mission, then at least feel a little bit better. I also did not check who the enemy was, but it looks like it is outlaw. I swear plat Apex is always outlaw, and I kind of hate outlaw on plat, specifically because of the berserkers. In large part because on this character, dealing with berserkers is a real issue. They did revive themselves. Because we have the stuns with our disruptor ammo. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, I was gonna say I dodged there and nothing happened. That was because I dodged into an Audi that I did not see was to the left of us. But we have the stuns with the disruptor ammo, which can help a little bit. Because you can shoot at the Krogan for a little bit longer. But the tech explosions do not do much damage to them. So you're basically relying entirely on that weapon damage, and they do stun you quite a bit as well. In particular, it's the objectives with the berserkers is just always a royal pain in the butt. They really love to make your life miserable when you're doing the objectives. Which, granted, I've probably now jinxed. What's up, Spartan? Theoretically, we do have a spot. This is the plat Apex right now. One of the people in the lobby said that they had another person who was on their way. They aren't here yet. I have no idea. We obviously started the mission without them, so I have no idea what the deal is there, but it's a public lobby. Love berserkers. That I was just saying are really annoying during objective waves. Fortunately, this objective... No, I'm not going to finish that sentence. I'm going to let you assume where I was going with the statement, fortunately, this objective. And I'm just not going to finish it. I'm just not going to finish that statement. Because it seems like a silly thing to do on this occasion.
Hang in there, Apex. Got the drop.
There's the last one.
Heads up!
Excuse me. Another boost. By boost, I mean shield. If we can't deliver the goods, someone else who's cloaked will.
Artifact recovery is complete. Nice job.
Oh, this is not Xbox. This is I am using a PC, or I'm using an Xbox controller, so I can see why you would think that, but I am using an Xbox controller on PC. Like a mad lad.
Squad member down.
It's interesting the way that guy just dropped in there. Didn't look like an enemy capable of flying.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Incoming.
That Hydra killed us by firing those missiles completely around the corner. I was going to be a little bit mad, not gonna lie. Did still manage to hit us with 1 or 2 of them, but unfortunately it was not enough to kill us. I swear, sometimes it feels like with the Hydra, if it targets you, you're dead. Doesn't matter if you dodge, doesn't matter if you cloak. There have been many times where I've felt as though I did any and everything one could reasonably do to avoid getting hit by the missiles, and yet somehow they still curve 180 degrees around cover and kill me. I actually don't know if Andromeda has crossplay. I do not know. For what it's worth, we did now get a 4th person in. I have no idea if that was the person who our teammate before was alluding to. Yeah, I actually don't know if there is cross-platform. There may not be. Don't quote me on. There isn't for Mass Effect 3. There's no cross-platform. I would think that's probably the case for Andromeda as well. I mean, I can't say that definitively, but... Okay. Well, oh, ow. Knocked that enemy off the edge of that. That works. Then our teammate went off the edge of the map. That is not as good. Okay, don't worry about how... Okay, well, then it's my turn. Don't worry about all the enemies directly in front of you.
Who needs shields anyway?
Who needs shields anyway? I always said. Ow. Who is trying to kill us? Trick question. The answer is everybody. Poke your head up. Or just wait for us to come around. That was rude. That was ours. Okay. Devices. Oh. Okay, now, bold strategy. No, I agree. I agree. Run in the opposite direction from the device. To be fair, I've totally been in that situation before. Okay, so here's a good example. I jump off the edge of the map to avoid getting hit by the missiles. Honestly, that might have been a preferable outcome. Also, where's this next objective? Over here? Okay. One is it? Yeah, I'm gonna go for the device. I am gonna go for the device. I did not reactivate cloak. I'm gonna assume we're gonna be okay here. Can we get our teammate? Our teammate got themselves. Trick question again. What? Excuse me. I demand an explosion. Thank you. Ow. Well, that's what I get for my demands. Oh, just a dude over there. Where'd the enemies go? Over here, I think. Okay, this is probably gonna. Oh, hold on. Cover is key. Cover is key.
Let's get out of here.
Ah.
Need shields anyway.
I was not sure what was hitting us there, to be honest with you.
Careful.
And I was really hoping that we would hit one target and one target alone so we could prime and get the detonation just in time to not die there.
How
And
will
that
I
did not
pay you
happen.
back?
It was, you know, it was optimistic.
Careful.
It was perhaps a bit optimistic in the first place. Oh, you're not dead. Now you are. I'm gonna just choose not to acknowledge how much HP we have right now. Until now, at least.
Just what I needed.
Oh, goodness. Okay, please get stunned now. Ammo box. I always forget exactly where it is over here. There's one there. Is that the one up? I mean, no, I thought there was one down in that lower area. It's further to our right. Oh, I missed. And it was a fatal miss. We just hit double. Yes, is probably the
Nice
answer to that
save.
question. This guy, he's actually going melee. Our Krogan pal. On plat. I respect it. That's bold. You are not the target. The target is somewhere over in this direction. The target is now dead. Never mind. I would like to not be here. I would like to not be here. But also, where's the target? Where is the target? Excuse me. Excuse me. Could you please show me the way to your friend? This enemy is elusive. What? What is it? Is it a normal? As we're cloaked, I mean, I did walk straight into it, but... Oh, no, it is the last enemy, so it is the blaze hyper. Okay, no, that does make sense. Oh, my gosh. Hold on just a minute here. Ow. Oh. Okay, now this is one of the reasons why I was saying melee maybe a little tricky on flat. Give him a cloak. That's the enemy we care about, who I believe just got nuked to death, and so did we.
How will I pay you back?
not gonna lie, on that occasion, as you might have been able to tell if you're looking closely, I was not sure which Krogan was our friend and which Krogan was our enemy. There was a little while where I was actively shooting our teammate instead.
Let's get out of here.
Run! Run, little Krogan! Was it just about to butt missile us? Did you see that? No, it's not just any hydrate. This is the blaze one. Wait, someone else? Oh, is that a explosive container to put the cryo on it? Oh, that was extremely disorienting. What the heck? Oh. I did not see that it was jumping back. I just saw that it was jumping at first, and I was very confused as to why it was doing that. Someone else got that kill after we were working on that Hydra for an eternity. Ow. Yep, focus on someone else, please.
Heads up.
Okay. I would argue that we should not have been hit when the Blaze Hydra was on a different elevation and we had cover between the two of us, but this is the situation that I was referring to before. That one may be a little bit less extreme. You can make a pretty solid case that we obviously should have been hit by those missiles. I did cloak. I did move slightly after the missiles had been launched. Didn't have enough time to actually dash out of the way, but... speaking of dashing out of the way. Oh, and also recently learned that I should not be detonating the freeze. At least not immediately. Because, ow! It gets rid of the debuff on them.
Nice save.
That's a Blaze Hydra. Hello. Oh, don't do that! I was about to say this map could be a little bit tricky because there are a few little hidden spots where you can fall down at the end. That was not supposed to be one of them. This might kill us. That was close. We had the Audi attacking us as the Ascendant was firing its projectile at us, so I really thought we were not going to be able to dodge and therefore we would get killed at the very end. Oh, I did see. It said that someone went down at the very end. Started getting major lag at the... Darn it. At the very end there, yeah. Wasn't sure if it was late enough that it still counted. Okay, we are technically the host now. A lot of people have left. That was the Apex, right? Yeah, it was. So... Still think even if we were the Huntress, we'd probably like to see one more person in here if we were to do Plat. Need Prestige and Gold Apex. What is the Gold Apex? Why don't we switch to that? Oh, I did it just before the stream started. It was combo stuff. Okay, I think we can do that though. And then we'll switch back over to the character that we were trying to focus on today. Brief little intermission, brief little detour, however you want to phrase it, as we did the flat Apex, but let's get back to the Angara Insurgent. So now that we're on gold, shouldn't be as big of a deal. The Combo-tastic does kind of just rub in the whole part where we can prime, but we can't detonate. I mean, theoretically, one would assume we'd have a lot of teammates who can detonate. We can go for the damage resistance one now. Allows us to delay a little bit more before we need to make up our mind as to how we want to spec the remaining powers. And we can, of course, obviously still throw out a few more, or one more level into Trip Mine before we need to make up our mind on that as well. So let's confirm that. Do we have much priming yet? Or is it all from... Let's throw on an elemental ammo. Let's just do that. Of some variety. Because what? We don't have the level yet for Trip Mine to do it. We don't have the level yet for our Salter to do it. Yeah, we do need the ammo to do priming at this stage. So we can set up teammates for the big combos. We ourselves cannot detonate them though. But I assume our teammates took some characters that can do some detonation-y stuff. What do we have? Another Angaran person, and that's a... You should have a lot of biotic detonations, right?
Hostile territory, people. Secure this position and stay sharp.
Is this person the same Angara that we are? Wait, how many Angaran characters are there again? There's this character, the Insurgent. There's the Avenger. Is that it, or is there one more? This does feel like a good, potentially good map for Trip Mine if we just throw some Trip Mines right at this hallway where the enemies always cluster around. You know, like, do a little bit of this, and a little bit of that. That angle is a little bit unfortunate, but hopefully that'll get set off immediately. I was about to say at some point, which I'm not even sure you could tell because of how quickly it detonated. But hey, I mean, I guess there are some times when the detonations actually do work quite well. At least the detonations as in the Trip Mine activating, not as in combo detonations, because again, we can't really do that right now. Okay, was that... So I have bad headphones that will occasionally just completely drop audio. But this looks like is actually the bug where the audio dropped altogether for you guys as well. Everything went silent for you too, right? That's not my headphones, that's the actual game. I think so, by the looks of things. So that does mean we'll have to restart after this one. Unfortunately, it happened right at the beginning of the match, but we can do that once this match is done. And this one, I mean, this one, we should have put on an experience booster for this. This was a great opportunity for that, and I forgot. Darn it, that stinks. This is our first gold on this character, and it's the gold Apex. Technically, I've already done the Apex once before already today, so does that mean we no longer get any bonus stuff and it's the normal amount of XP? That might be the case. So I guess maybe that's our consolation, our way to not feel too bad about forgetting to put the XP booster on, because it's functionally the same as... If it's functionally the same as other golds, then obviously we can do plenty of those. Yeah, because this map does have a lot of natural choke points. So I would think that'd make for a good setup for... Oh, that's my first time trying to melee anybody with this character. It was interesting. Yeah, lots of natural choke points, which I would think would lend itself well to setting up trip mines, at least when you can see the enemies. Well, for most skills that's relevant. For trip mine, it really isn't. You can just drop these down pretty much whenever you want. And who knows? Maybe one of the targets will even walk through one of those. We can hope. We can hope. Okay, now there are so many enemies here that I must do this. I was really hoping for more than one kill. But also, we've yet... Oh, now the target was over there. Naturally, the time when I try to pursue the target where it first came out from is the moment where it comes right back to where we were standing all along. If we could, this would be a great opportunity if I were not stuck in this corner. How? Would have been a great opportunity. That blow, it did maybe blow up on the Wraith, but obviously we died either way. If the enemy who was the target had come through here, then this might have been a good place to set up all the trip mines, but obviously that was not the case. And obviously we ended up going down anyway, but hold on! No, just slow down. Slow down. It was the trip mine. It's hard to tell when we can't hear anything, but it was the trip mine, not the weapon that I was also simultaneously firing at the enemy. This is how you know I'm serious about the trip mines. Which again, might be kind of hard to tell when the sound isn't working, but I threw the trip mine at the enemy that was just hanging out on the ground rather than shooting it when it was standing completely still. But Lids, that means you unnecessarily used one of your grenade capacity. But yeah, we used a power cell. But so what? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna throw one here. This feels like one of those situations where this spot could have one of those funky angles that messes things up, but it's gonna work, okay? I believe. I believe, which means it's going to work. Just look in that left corner there. You're gonna see trip mine. You're gonna see trip mine, and it's gonna be great. Once this fiend comes down, he's gonna set off both of those. Could have gone for even more if we knew it was gonna be a fiend. Also, sure, I kind of forgot to throw you down there. I know you're level 1, but we should still do something with the turret. That's maybe not the best spot to place that. I put a trip mine there, didn't I? But that Wraith should have just walked straight through and it... Well, it is gold, so I guess maybe Wraiths can survive it? I don't know. Can they survive one? I feel like in general, I don't know, generally speaking, it's probably best to spread them out a little bit more than that. Otherwise, you might have one, or have like 5 trip mines all going off against one basic enemy, and it's serious overkill. You're kind of just wasting them. But if you do happen to set them up in a place where a fiend or an ascendant is coming through, then alright, maybe you needed that damage. And having them all blow up is useful. Yeah, this was a little bit greedy to come in here in the first place. Come on. Have your friend set it off to blow you up. That's what friends are here for, right? To blow up trip mines on each other. At least for the cat. At least for the cat. Okay. So if the hack is in here, it would help if I could get past my own turret. Okay, that one did detonate very quickly. So we do a little bit of this. We do a little bit of this, because we have the natural choke points. Alright, the fiend has immediately made it through, as has this anointed. Just drop one of those in this general area. Even have an ammo box right there, so convenient. What more can you ask for? Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. I would potentially even try to throw one on this door, but hold on. Did we get it? I think we did, and it went off immediately. Also, we're gonna die immediately. Because I was in the interest of trying to, oh dear, to set that up. Might have prioritized that over, you know, doing things like the objective and also, ow, not dying. I mean, on the bright side, we are almost done with this objective. There you go. Even when 3/4 of our team is dead. Okay, at this point, I honestly don't even know what's hitting us. Oh, that. Oh, no, so this is not good. When we're the only one up. That I don't feel good about. Ah, I couldn't get out of there. Oh, dear. Okay, well this is... That is a different Angara dude, because he has the barricade, which we don't have. We played that character? I don't remember that character. Have we not used him yet? Is he an ultra rare? Or am I just forgetting him? Is there an uncommon Angara character? That is just completely slipping my mind? That may be. That may be the case. Alright. Last wave. Should get a decent chunk of XP here, and then, as I was saying, we'll restart the game to fix the audio bug. This is not a great place to be standing right now. This is going to give a weird angle, but we can try it. How's that angle-wise? That's probably should have been expected, but oh, was not great. So it does kind of feel like Trip Mine is one of those skills where it is somewhat map dependent how effective it is, and even with that being said, it also is reliant on having a good understanding for where the good places to throw the trip mines are. Because for me at the moment, it's kind of just an occasional, oh, this seems like a good place. Which, on this map, as I was saying, it feels like there are a lot of those. Which is nice, but on other maps where it's less obvious, may still be commonly accepted locations that are optimal for placing them that I just have not yet learned. Oh, there's someone on the other side as well. A big, or machine gun dude, same type of dude. Shield boost. Ooh, that was close. Trip mines. Take him out. Well, that's all right. And we got the kill medal for it. No! Full extraction! Everything is fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. So we'll see what we get in terms of rewards for that. Again, it was the Apex for gold, but I did do it earlier today, so I don't think we're actually getting any bonus XP from that. Obviously, it's still our first gold on this character, so we should get a decent chunk. But we will reset for the sound bug. Maybe I'll message Broken Rivet since he was coordinating a bit with us before. Sound bug. Going to need to restart real quick. All right. let's do that. Yes, I would like to exit the game that I just exited. Thank you for asking. But yeah, I mean, survivability-wise, right, granted, we did go up to rank 6 already on our passive for defenses, right? So I guess, I was going to say, survivability-wise, didn't feel like it was an issue being on gold for the first time, but I suppose that shouldn't come as a surprise because we had fully leveled the character. For the defensive aspect, at least. But sometimes, you know, offense, defense, they're interrelated. Even if you have a lot of health, a lot of damage reduction, if you don't have damage to take enemies out, then they're gonna spend more time attacking you, and that can be a different way in which you die more quickly. Didn't feel like that big of an issue with this guy yet, at least, obviously. That was our first gold with this guy, so that is potentially still subject to change. But we have 6 points. We could at least put one more point into Trip Mine, either the damage and force or the damage radius. Now the thing is, the damage radius, it's not the trigger radius. So that remains unchanged. This is only once it has triggered, the actual explosion radius gets bigger. So that's 8 meters. Do we have anything that has increased it yet? No. That's the proximity radius. It's basically what gets us up a little over 10 meters. I mean, that's pretty huge. Yes, the damage is better the closer they are to the middle of that explosion, so you know, it's a little misleading, because on the edge of the explosion it might not be great, but I mean, usually you would still take damage, I feel like. I feel like we still take damage. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like we take damage. Alright, now let's see if we can get into a gold lobby, possibly that gold lobby we were just in. Unless someone else has filled in for us. No, this is the same lobby, okay. Was Leopard Shark in here before? Because that's another person that I've played a fair bit with previously, but I don't think Leopard Shark was, but another good player I've done some plat matches with in the past. Okay, so let's... Are they... Yeah, they're on gold. So let's do an XP booster here. No, we'll go. We'll be fine with just a silver. What level are we at this point? We're level 8? Okay. And that's, again, without having used any XP boosters yet on this guy. So, okay. I think we're ready. We have the defenses. We're improving the offense with the trip mine, which is seemed at least decent on gold. But we should still be able to make it a little bit better still with that upgrade we just made, and then I think there's a passive for, it's either shield damage or armor damage that we're gonna have to choose relatively soon. Oh. Okay. So they switched it back to the plat apex. Obviously, we deliberately did not take this character on plat apex before, saying that we were not going to be able to contribute much. We're a few levels higher now. Is that enough of a difference maker? Leopard Shark is good. And we do have another, sorry, Huntress, and we have a Juggernaut. Okay, you know what? We're going to give it a shot. We're going to give it a shot, and in that case, sure, we will do this. We'll up that. We should put something on that'll actually make us contribute more. Is it ammo? Is it... I think it might be. I think it might have to be. Again, no detonation, which I'm so used to the plat strategy being prime with ammo, detonate with insert detonating power here. So to not have that is going to be tough. So yes, this is probably still going to be mostly us trying to dodge around and not go down all that often, while our teammates are going to be doing most of the heavy lifting. Oh no, see, this is what I mean. Now he's calling us out. He knows. He knows. Yep. We did kind of just very, somewhat blatantly take a character that, oh, and we didn't switch the paw or anything like that either. So, I mean, not that the Avenger S is bad, but it's still not our best weapon. So, they know. They know that we're selling out, just trying to get the XP. What are the chances we actually get this off? No! And I pressed the assault cert button. I meant to press the shield boost button. Might have been able to survive if I'd pressed the right button there. I don't know. Wasn't sure if it was gonna be quick enough. What if we blow all these guys up? Like that. That could work. That also could work if we jump into the water. Bold strategy gotten. Let's see if it pays off for him. Oh. Okay, I did not really expect you to show up. Now I do want you. So, you know, like, if we succeed, then it's no big deal. We're just gonna ignore the fact that we very obviously took a low-level character with suboptimal gear into the Plat Apex mission. We definitely weren't blatantly just asking our teammates to do all the hard work while we coasted.
We've located data sources. Get them uploaded.
Okay.
Before we lose connection.
Well. Oh, what? We've gotten the tiniest bit of progress. Come on, reload, reload.
Data transfer complete.
It's definitely not us who have finished the data transfer. Oh, that's a Hydra. That somehow did not kill us? Question mark.
Shield's gone.
I'll be honest, I did not expect us to succeed for this long. Succeed is maybe a strong word, but still. Stay alive for this long. That was not exactly the best way to use our
Data received.
grenade.
That's a wrap.
Look at that. No problem. Okay, now this is going to be a problem. There you go. I'll give you some shields. Also, it helps if I were a little more accurate. What the heck? This Hydra kind of needs to go away before we can do anything.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Hold on. Hold on. No, no, actually, I took it back. I take it back. Stay right there. Come back. Come back. Come this way. I didn't mean it. I was just kidding. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we really like to swim.
Be ready.
That's all. We just really like to swim. It's actually a common fact that you should know about most Angara.
Headed your way.
Is that they are avid swimmers. Really avid swimmers. Oh, that's not what I'm gonna do. This is what I heard. Proactive mine placement. So that is one way we can potentially still make some contributions while Not being too concerned about being straight in the line of fire. He says as he walks straight into the line of fire. Okay, that was a strange angle. Also, that was once again supposed to be this. This is gonna hurt. This is going to hurt.
Squad member down. I'm reading the
Oh,
flatline.
so is that. This is okay. I was gonna say, starting to spiral out of control a little bit there. Okay, stay down. Get this. Help our teammate. I mean, I'm not really sure how big of a difference a level 1 shield boost is doing on flat, but it might still be the most significant contribution we can make in this match. So, oh, hold on. That and reviving teammates, ideally without going down ourselves. Oh no, I just gave you a shield boost. I'm not supposed to have shields down. I did not adequately wait for it to explode, apparently. I thought I did. I mean, technically it was the observer, but we definitely got hit by the explosion, which I thought we had waited for. Oh, there's... I cannot tell you the number of times that I've pressed the turret button, because it is the same button as cloak on the Huntress, and hope that I could just cloak all my troubles away. Spoiler alert, that didn't happen. Well, I'm amazed that we didn't die there, for what it's worth.
Teammate injured. Incoming fire!
Ow. Ow. Please stop that. Shield boost.
Go get him.
Just toss one of those down there, and one of those down there, and maybe that'll... I don't know if that's gonna injure me. I hit something.
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting.
Okay. So we should not be anywhere near the hack.
Intelligence needs data
We
from
should
your
be
location.
the opposite. Those trip mines are still there. We should be hanging out over here, trying to attract enemies away, while one or more infiltrators do the hack. Wait, Hydra? Sounded like it for a second there. Let's go. Boom. That should help. Maybe throw in a little bada booey. Look at that. Beautiful. We're an architect. We're an interior designer. We're an exterior designer? I think that's called landscaping. Also, you know, we got a little distracted when it came to, a little preoccupied. Didn't focus as much on actually shooting at the enemies there, as perhaps we might have otherwise wanted to do. Oh, come on. Back up. Or not. And maybe don't poke your head up for too much longer. Go up. Come on. You know you want to. Oh, that's not good. I don't like that. Oh, don't stand there. Or there.
Data received. Loud and clear.
Hey, and it looks like our amigo over there was very successful with that. I was not exactly paying any attention at all to what was going on there, but seemed like that was reasonably quick, so must have gone fairly smoothly. Please die before that grenade explodes and kills us.
Teammate injured.
Oh dear. Cover! Everything is fine. Oh, there's 2 Hydras. Oh. What happened to that sharpshooter? Potentially, yeah, gonna need to use one for our grenades anyway, but it's very closely in the wave. Maybe we risk it for the biscuit. Oh, that's you know, that's the edge of the map.
Go get him. Take cover.
Not gonna lie, the lasers from the trip mines and the lasers from the sharpshooters, sometimes it's a little hard to distinguish between them when you're quickly moving the camera or walking around, and you may not necessarily remember all the places that you put down those trip mines. Oh, these went off? Okay, hold on. Oh! Well, we're dead. We got a trip mine. Shielders, let's get you down, because we don't have you at the moment. Let's get more of these dudes. Just give us a second. Ow. Yep, where?
I'm reading a
Is that guy
flatline.
behind us? Really looked like he was shooting from this end. Where was that? Oh, no, he's in front of us. He's right there. Step through the trip mines! Step through the trip mines! Trip mine! Oh, yes! Oh, no. What's up, Ascended? How's it going? No, it's not PlayStation. It's not PlayStation. I am using an Xbox control. Oh, that's... I'm surprised we lived. I was not sure how that angle was going to work out for us. Shield boost. Okay. Okay. Oh, that's well, we're dead.
Teammate injured.
At least we picked a good spot.
In your deck. Toughen you up.
Okay, see, like that, for example. You see the laser from the trip mine, which is really annoying that he's not setting that off. But I knew there was a trip mine up there. Theoretically, I knew there was a trip mine up there. And yet there's also an enemy attacking from that direction, so out of the corner of your eye, sometimes like, is that an enemy? Obviously it's, oh, that was also not a good time to be popping out of cover, but obviously it's not an enemy that has a laser sight like the sharpshooters do, but still. The point stands that sometimes you see those and you're like, is that a trip mine or is that an enemy?
Sensors clear for now. Great shooting. This on the ropes.
Devices. Okay.
Intel says the cat left genetic
Huh?
surveying devices in your area. Let's find and disable them. What problem got?
Device now over further in that direction? Okay, I think we're just tracking people away from it.
One device down.
Oh, this is not ideal.
Nearly through.
Okay, did the game just lose audio again? Is that 2 matches in a row, technically? I think it is. And once again, part of me is like, is it just my headphones? Does my headphones stink? But it looks like that's actually the bug for 2 games in a row. And that stinks. Usually it does not happen that frequently, but it can happen, and it seems like it has happened. We are also in rough shape. That is, I was about to say one of our trip mines that we must have placed a very long time. Oh no, I did throw one not that long ago, I guess, but I was wondering for a second if that was from way back when we were doing the objective around here, like 5 waves ago. Okay, not quite that long, but you know what I mean. I was about to say, well, it's apparently it did not prove to be very useful, and then it blew up right when I was about to say that. But so did I. We did end up going down. The objective is done, though. Should just be wrapping things up, and I guess we'll be restarting the game after this match as well, because Andromeda really does not want to give us sound today, apparently. You shall not pass? Oh. Yeah, you shall... You passed? What? Okay, well, that was a bit of a reality check. Alrighty then. Turns out 4 trip mines straight to a berserker's face, and they take, what, a quarter health worth of damage? I mean, it is on plat. It is the Apex, which, this is dampened powers, I think. So technically that is several ways in which the damage would be a little bit more lackluster, and obviously we haven't fully spec'd that skill out yet anyway, but it has a lot of damage. It still does have a lot of damage on paper, but apparently the berserkers are truly just that tanky, which, you know, I can't say I'm that surprised about, because it certainly feels that way anytime you run into one of them. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Okay, what if what's the best place to put around here? Maybe do some of that. Oh, well, this was maybe not the best idea. Once again, whenever we get a little too preoccupied with our landscaping, that's when we'd start to get into some... But look, it did hit the Blaze Hydra. Was I about to place a whole bunch more before we went down? Yeah, you know, so maybe it would have been better still if we did have the chance to place a little bit more than just one. Also, probably means yes, that we are about to get flanked by other people. Did you see where that last missile went? Did you see that little 360 on our corpse before it decided, yeah, you know what, yeah, we'll still go after Lids' corpse and just rub salt in that wound. Okay, we should not go toward the LZ at this point. Not yet, at least. Oh, okay, we do not have teammates over here anymore. Kinda just assumed that we did. What the heck? Yeah, didn't see that angle coming. But look at this, we finally have time. We finally have time. Look at this beautiful monstrosity that we have created here. Surely this is enough, right? If they would just walk through our trap, Okay, but we should actually start heading over now. Especially because I always fall at the very end here, trying to get to the LZ. Sometimes in unexpected ways, as we saw last time we were doing this mission. Okay, maybe speed it up a bit. Trip mines! Nice. No problems with what, a level 6? Was it 6 or 8 on that character there? With no volume for 80% of the match? We made it work. Not so bad. And that should give us a ton of XP. Okay, so let's see. 350,000 plus XP. That's nice. Should be a few levels worth of XP. But we are gonna need, and look, I mean, we were doing something. It's not like we were, I mean, we got the silver kills medal. We were doing some things. We got a few revives. We weren't complete dead weight. But we are gonna have to restart after this one. Get the sound back. Is this, no, not enough for another level. Okay, so we got like 3 levels or something from that. Okay, so now this is the part where we messaged the same person who we messaged last time, telling them that we immediately got the bug again. Let's see, what did they say in response? Oh, right, this was the living dangerously as usual, they said. At the start of that match when they called us out for our very risky suboptimal setup when we were very clearly just trying to level up a character on the flat Apex. Yeah, so I immediately got the sound bug again. So I'm gonna need to restart this time too. Alright, well, hopefully that means we'll be good for the rest of the day, but at this point, who knows? Who knows? Maybe it's just a new feature. Maybe that's just the way that all matches go from now on. And now at this point, whenever we load up the game, I'm like, is the sound working? Is the sound working? Yes. Yes. My headphones also are not working at all right now, so I honestly cannot tell the difference. The game is completely silent to me, but it looks like the audio from the game is registering. So that sounds like just a me issue. And is not affecting you guys at all, but it does make it a little bit harder to identify when there actually is a sound bug taking place, and when it is just hardware that is bad. Okay, so let's also get the EA app back up. See if they responded at all to. All right, yep. They said see you soon. Okay, so let's try getting back into a lobby. I assume they're probably on gold right now. That was technically the difficulty of the previous match. Oh no, was it? No, it was plat. Okay, hold on, they might be in a plat lobby then. Or are they? I don't know what kind of lobby they are in, but I suppose we can take this opportunity to level up our character a bit. So we did get several levels from that. So we could max out the trip mine here. This is where I'm still kind of conflicted, because I I understood the case to be made for having the stun ability on the trip mine. And the extra damage to shields is potentially not bad either. It's 33 or 35% extra damage when you have a base 1000 plus damage skill is a huge amount of incremental damage, at least to shields. But the priming, I don't like. Because we already can do the priming, we really need detonating, and the only way we can get detonating is if we do this. But it feels like doing detonations is maybe not a huge deal if you're about to have your trip mine explode anyway, but maybe you do need the damage from both the directly from the trip mine and from the combo, because as we saw in that previous match, at least on Plat Apex missions with dampened powers, you can have 3-4 trip mines that a berserker walks straight into and they just completely shrug it off, which is ridiculous. But you know, apparently if we're we have to deal with ridiculous if we're trying to play this character on Plat, which to be honest is probably not going to be happening very much. But so do we plan around that specifically and take the combo damage for that reason? Stun is obviously more defensive, more directly defensive. Again, other than the whole kill enemies faster, they're gonna deal less damage to you thing. Offense is the best form of defense, what have you. I mean, otherwise we could just do passive for... We'd probably would go bonus damage to armor, better for bosses, and we might end up taking the shield damage later on for trip mine as well, in which case then you can still get the best of both worlds a bit. So I think we probably do go that route then. Since we have 5 points, we could just wait, so we could fully upgrade trip mine after one more level, or we could upgrade the turret, which, I mean, I guess we can invest in the turret either way. We were talking about, you know, I just wish one of these was detonating. It would make it such a huge difference. Armor debuff, turret gun damage, flamethrower. I mean, we don't need to make up our mind for which one we go for just yet, but yeah. Okay, I think we can still do this, I suppose. So I guess this will be a bit of a dedicated assault turret character in that way. All right, so if we do this, yeah, we are still the only one in the lobby. Okay, so we're probably gonna want to jump out in that case into a different lobby, since we are certainly not about to plat solo with a level 11 Angara Insurgent. So let's see. Was nobody doing gold before? No one at all? I mean, I know it's, what, a bronze daily that we were doing before, right? But that's been active for a little while now, so I would hope that people are done with that and are now moving on to bigger and better things, and maybe we can have a little more luck getting other random people to join our gold lobby. But if not, we could always just do... We could try silver. If not silver, we can drop back down to bronze. I mean, we're... What, level 11 right? Wow. Nobody's playing right now, apparently. Or the lobbies for those other difficulties are all full. Okay. I guess we're doing this. They're midway through the match, so I'm kind of hoping that this is just a match that they're about to finish. We poke our hand in, briefly get a little chunk of XP. We're kind of close to getting into the level, I think, so there's a chance we might still be able to make that. Okay, well, it's wave 2, so still have a ways to go before this one is done. But I was gonna say, you know, just pop in for a little bit, get a quick level, and then hopefully in that meantime, there are other lobbies that suddenly, or players, that suddenly make it more feasible for us to do silver or gold, or maybe even back up to plat. So, I think we got a little lucky on the plat side earlier. Okay, so you are stronger down the turret. It is now already the strongest turret that I've ever played on a character because every other turret character we've kept the turret at level 1. So
Intel shows key enemy personnel in
shouldn't
that
be a
area.
complete
Don't let them
afterthought.
leave. Good call.
Granted, not recharged yet, so maybe it wasn't the best time to deactivate it and try to reactivate it right next. Oh, it really, I hesitated for a second there because it really looked like they nuked a single enemy directly in front of us on bronze, which I found very confusing. But I think it's just a weapon that is nuke-esque.
Find cover. We've got a read on another priority target.
Okay, let's get you out here, I suppose. It's not right next to the target, but this should be a general spot that's fairly active. I'm just not going to talk about. I was firing those first few bullets. Oh, that's the target. Hello.
Target eliminated. Well done.
Fine, we'll do it this way. Actually, huh. Yeah, so this, as much as Sandstorm is usually a map that
Sensors
people
clear
think
for now.
highly of,
Great shooting.
this map is open enough that I feel like it'd be a little bit on the more difficult side to make the trip mines
Enemies
work.
headed your way.
Yes, you have these spots here. I guess you do that, and then you do some here. But it's not like you can put them right on the edge of this building. Well, I guess you could. You could do this. But in this case, you'd really want that to go horizontally, not straight out. It's only going to hit people if they happen to go straight right here. Which seems like it's not going to end up happening. But those have not gone off yet. Okay. I mean, those ones I feel confident enough about that I think we can leave them there and assume that at some point eventually they will go off. Was that one of our trip mines? That might have been this one.
3 more to go.
Did they detonate the mine from the other side of the cover?
One remains.
Oh, this one did go off.
All clear for now.
Interesting.
We're firm and free. Enemies headed your way. Withdraw.
Like, what if you did... Hold on. Can we get this angle to work? What if you did that? That feels promising. That feels like that's a good spot, and then similarly, something like that. And that one just went off. So we're basically just experimenting with good places to lay traps, functionally. It's a little bit more of a passive way to play this character, I guess you could say, rather than just throwing down trip mines whenever you see an enemy straight at the enemy. Which again is more so what you would do in Mass Effect 3 with Cane Trip Mine. And you could potentially throw some over here, especially if you were really focusing on hanging back in this spot.
We detected
Oh.
mission critical data. Find the
Which
location and upload the intel.
we might now be looking to do. Go into that cover, I dare you. It wouldn't be a terrible idea to, cover ourselves. So does this work in the same way that Cane Trip Mine works, in that if you throw out, like, our capacity is, maximum capacity is 6. But if we were to have at least 1 or 2 out and then go to an ammo box to restock, it would be possible for us to throw more than 6 at a time. If you try to throw a 7th or 8th of the trip mines, does it explode your mine that you placed first? Or does it just let you place however many trip mines you want as long as you keep on restocking at an ammo box?
That's a wrap.
That could be worth trying to test. Like, we're next to an ammo box right here. So we're just gonna do a little science here. Okay, so there's, oh, okay. Granted, I think I did pick up the ammo from the ammo box. Okay, so that's 5, that's 6. So that would be, don't blow this up! No! You blew one of them up! What the heck? We were in the middle of a science experiment, thank you. Hold on, we need to go back. We can still do it. We can still do it. Never mind the fact that this is relatively close to extraction. Okay, so there's 5. So this is 6. So can we place the 7th, or is it going to explode the one that we placed first? 1, 2, 3. No, it lets you place as many as you want. Okay, it seems. But now it... Huh? Is 7 our capacity? So we couldn't exceed 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. And then does one of them blow up when we do this? Yes. Okay, so for some reason, yes, there is a limited number to how many we can have on the field at a time, and that number is 1 more than our maximum capacity. That just seems strange to me. I don't know why it wouldn't be your maximum capacity. But there is... So that changes the dynamic of how you can play this skill then. Because, yes, you could drastically increase, significantly increase the grenade capacity, the power cells, and just throw trip mines and all the interesting choke points that we've been trying to find at various maps. That's one play style, and that's what we have been doing for the most part. Or, you can take the opposite approach, and as soon as an enemy pops up, you can throw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and once you get to the 8th, then you will automatically explode one of the mines. It takes a long time to get to that threshold when you have a high grenade capacity, which is actually potentially a case to be made for deliberately not increasing your grenade capacity all that much. And that's interesting, because the second approach is the approach that you would usually take in Mass Effect 3 with Cane Trip Mine. That's because it automatically starts detonating stuff once you place your 4th mine, because you can't have more than 3. So that's much quicker to reach that threshold in Mass Effect 3. Does that mean that that's really exclusively a Mass Effect 3 strategy, or if you keep your grenade capacity actually low, could you still pull that off in Andromeda? The problem is you would need to be... You would either need to be standing right next to a ammo box, or you would need to use a ammo pack to restock on the grenades mid sequence of throwing all those down. So that really seems infeasible to do that approach. It does very much seem like you kind of need to go the more just throw them down and cross your fingers that enemies are gonna end up next to them. All right, so I know we have a few people in a bronze lobby there, but we really would prefer not to be doing bronze at this stage if we're trying to level up this character relatively quickly. So let's see if we can get ourselves, I mean, we could try. See if suddenly people are doing plat or gold. Those would be ideal. But even silver would be a lot more efficient than just bronze, so let's see what we can get here. No golds. Silver? Hopefully. No? Yikes. Okay, that's not good. Hopefully there still is room in Okay, this is the same lobby, but it is now full. So I think we just jump in, because, yeah, those guys started. Shouldn't have started long ago, since we were just in here a minute ago, but okay. Yeah, so unfortunately, I think that means it's going to take us a bit longer to get this guy leveled up. But we learned a lot from that match. That, I think, is a critical discovery that we were just making about exactly how the detonation mechanics work on the trip mine.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements.
That's the kind of observation that might make it easier to make more informed decisions when we're leveling up the character. So maybe it's a good thing that we had a low XP match in which we were just messing around, learning more about how this guy works. We should at least throw you out. Just kind of hoping to get you a little more in the central spot there, but that'll have to do. And this is, of course, still bronze, so if we could, you know, find, like, any enemies, shouldn't be too tough here. Our turret probably doing more than we are right now, because we've found, like, 3 people. How's this map in terms of choke points? This could actually be really good, I would think. Again, assuming that enemies will come up there at some point, that should be a good spot.
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
Yeah, basically, any doorway
We've got major enemy target
or
nearby.
narrow
Stick
place
them
where
out.
enemies have to go to get up to a different level. Like these spots. I did not. Whoa. Okay, well, I mean, that actually might work, but I meant to put it over here.
We've got a read on another priority target.
I mean, maybe they'll walk into one of our trip mine spots. The target, that is.
Target down.
If they spawn in this general
Enemy
direction.
Target incoming. Stand by.
Alright, so now, for example... So, oh, well, I mean, I was about to do the mine spam strat. So I thought maybe the Hydra would be big enough that there could be a case to be made for trying to throw a whole bunch of mines at it, but it went down pretty quickly.
All clear for now. Hostiles en route.
That's where I want you to go. So if we hang out over here, might increase the chances of the enemies spawning on the other side of the map, which is at the moment where most of our trip mines are set up. Hey, trip mine got a couple of bodies. Nice. You know, just occasionally. But so that one's gonna be completely useless. Like, I don't even know if it's possible for that to go off.
3 more to go.
Okay, so that's where the Audis went down. Where these strip mines were.
Enemies cleared. Stay alert. Enemies headed your way.
Oh, I was about to put some at this choke point. Too slow, apparently. this angle. Not exactly what I was looking for. Might be able to hit a Hydra. Not sure if we can hit anything else. Oh, well, one of our trip mines got a sharpshooter. I wish, given how there is that pseudo limit to, you know, however you want to phrase it, how many of the trip mines you can have out at one point in time, I wish there was a place that showed you how many were actively on the field. Because, especially when a trip mine blows up on the other side of the map, and sometimes maybe it might not even get a kill, in which case you might have no way of knowing that it blew up at all. But even if it did, you just see trip mine, and you don't know.
Artifact recovered.
Was that one trip mine? Was that multiple trip mines? Because sometimes it might get 2 or 3 enemies, since it does have an AoE, and sometimes enemies are grouped together. But it just makes it that much more difficult to understand, okay, how many trip mines are actually active right now.
Got the drop.
So you just throw the trip mines straight at people. This is like a 1-ish second delay. Which, on that occasion, would have been enough to spare that sharpshooter if he did not flip back over straight into it.
Hang in there, Apex. Artifact is secure.
This could also be, I mean, this map seems pretty good in terms of narrow pathways that you could use to set up the trip mines. This is maybe the only section that is not very open, but go in any direction, just a few steps, and suddenly there are good spots. Like, this is all narrow
Last
pathway.
drop received. All artifacts
Obviously, we are also not in plat.
3 left. Go get them.
Tried message it. Yeah, sure. I'll tell him only lobby could find was bronze. Only lobby that was up was bronze. But the bottom one went off. The top one did not. Interesting.
Extraction site.
Interesting. About one right where you're standing, because it is definitely pretty common for people to stand here. Oh, well, hold on, hold on. We're doing it for quick. Throw a couple of those there. Body as well. Just throw these straight at them. Don't they? Oh, right there. Did one... This is weird. There's a few occasions now where one of the mines that was right next to... I mean, I guess if an enemy hits the first one and that kills them immediately, then they wouldn't activate the second one. Maybe that's why on a couple occasions we've seen the bottom one get activated when we've had two right next to each other.
That's how Apex gets it done. Come on home.
Okay, so maybe there are other people now who are doing things other than bronze? Fingers crossed? I mean, the experience actually isn't terrible, but obviously it would be quicker. One spot left, plat Apex. Go! Quick! We did it before, right? Surely we'll be fine this time to... Also, I don't know if we're going to be quick enough to make it in. Well, Obidus was just in that bronze lobby with us. I think we both tried to do the same thing. And, well, we found each other. But we did not find a lobby of other people who were ready to go for the plat Apex. Yeah. Okay, well, we could try generic plat, but my guess is the only people doing plat right now are the people doing the plat Apex. If I had to guess. Well, Obidus is gonna start up a plat Apex lobby. Alright, so certainly would not be able to pull off a duo with just this character. Yeah, maybe it's worth dropping down, see if there's anything happening on gold then. Oh, hold on. Will this work? Probably not. Yep. Thank you, EA app. Is this one of those situations where, yes, they are doing the plat Apex mission, but for whatever reason, their lobby is invisible to us, despite the fact that we were just in a lobby with them earlier today? So their lobby shouldn't be quote-unquote invisible, but yet somehow it still is? Just tell them failed to join. Just so he isn't like, what the heck, Lids? How dare you give me the cold shoulder like that? It wasn't me, I swear. I didn't do it. If we just go quick match any difficulty, where does it throw us? Probably gonna end up back on bronze. Darn. And I've played plat matches with Moonshine before, so I know he can do plat, but yeah, it's magma, it's bronze just for the daily. Which is not something that we particularly need at this stage. We just go back through the difficulties. Nothing silver. Nothing gold. Yikes. Alright, well, we might have to drop back down to bronze in that case. Because although theoretically, there may be a plat lobby, and that plat lobby might have space. The game is not gonna find that lobby for us, so I'm afraid we're gonna have to settle here. Unless somebody else magically... Well, no, okay. Alright, well, I guess bronze it is then. Hopefully, because I know that Moonshine is capable of doing a lot more than just bronze. Once the daily is done... Once the daily is done, or once he's done with his daily, then we can switch over to something higher difficulty than that, because obviously we're done with our daily, and we were playing a match or two with this person as well earlier today, so I don't remember when exactly that was, but they might also be done with their daily.
3 left. Go get 'em.
Wait, what the heck? Oh no, it's enemy is not part of the daily, is it? Also, that's not a...
That hurt them. Be ready.
Okay, I don't know if I've ever been up on that thing before, but also it was only because we were glitching out a little bit. And maybe we will try. So we don't really have a lot of invested in this match, and as I was saying, I mean, this guy can absolutely solo bronze, no problem, so I don't feel that bad about abandoning him here, and we do still leave him with a teammate. So let's try the plat one more time here. Don't create. Join this, or exit this lobby. Join. Okay, now we mean business. Now we mean business. Okay, so can we make this work with just the Angara Insurgent? Let me see. We are what? Maybe, I can't remember what level we were when we last did the Plat Apex on this guy. So we had one. 2 out of the 3 people in this lobby are now messaging us to join the lobby that we are currently in. Okay, so what if we, rather than taking ammo, we go for pure weapon damage? Since we know we won't be able to detonate. That might be better. And then we would like to do this, ideally. Are they already in? They are already in. Okay, now that's understandable if they were saying that there's still room in the Plat Apex. If they... I think even when we're just hanging out in the lobby like that, we still show up when people do this. We just show up with a 0 next to our name and are not yet in the match. Okay, it's still wave 1. So this is, don't get me wrong, we're a little bit stronger than we were before, but we are still, by and large, relying on our teammates to be doing most of the work for us. Oh, that's not good. It's not a great place for that observer to sneak up on us from. Okay, so we have what? One? How many infiltrators do we have in this team? We have 1 or 2. Wait, Solarian infiltrator? Person who just revived us was an infiltrator as well, weren't they? But they thought they were they a huntress? Oh, what? You were just standing there, and your whole thing is melee. Okay, so that's Solarian infiltrator. Is that? Oh no, Angara Avenger probably was the person who revived us with the cloak. Okay, so we do have 2 infiltrators. That much is good. Okay, we're just gonna shield boost the Adi. is what we're gonna do, and accidentally melee it to death. I'm not lying. That was an accidental melee. Oh, I don't want to be stuck here, except that I got stuck here, and that means that we are dead. So what's the final person? The only person we haven't looked at is the 5 Sensen person, who I think is not an infiltrator. Thought I remembered that not everyone on the... Okay, this is... Yikes. Thought I remembered that not everyone was an infiltrator. So I thought the thought occurred to me that, oh, you know, we really should consider switching over to Masari Hunters for this. Be better teammates. More considerate teammates. Okay, we also, have we placed a single trip mine yet? That is probably a crime. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I pressed the dodge button to the side, nothing happened. So like, oh, they're getting attacked by the, okay, everything is fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, thanks.
So how does this? Well, we've seen some places that are decent for the trip mines in this map, but this is not a great spot to be doing that. So we did not take any ammo, right? We took just pure weapon damage on the consumable slot instead. So pure damage should still be better than it was with the ammo type, but won't have priming, and in some cases, like with the disruptor, you can get stunned. Great shooting on my part. What if we throw some of those over there? Well, that's not a great angle. That. Okay, we're gonna prioritize punching our turret, and in doing so, they blew up one of the trip mines, so I guess that works. I really just want to get rid of you before we probably end up going down here. Okay, so, this is generally the safest spot, he says as he dies, of course, but also probably a much better spot for us to be placing the trip mines, as we were testing out last go-round. Oh, well, I was deliberately trying to walk over to those two because there were two people and I wanted to shield boost them. And the person that I walked away from was the one who went down right as I was doing this. So, you know, if I just pressed the shield boost button immediately, probably would have saved them. We are also about to get killed by that Hydra, except that we are not somehow. And I meant to throw the turret rather than do the shield boost on that occasion. This is going to hurt us as well, isn't it? Maybe? Ow. That is. Oh. Maybe we should revive the teammate who's right on top of us. Maybe we should revive. Okay, well now we're definitely gonna die. That one's my bad. That one is definitely my bad. Okay, I was gonna say hopefully they get our teammate who's been down longer. Otherwise, might have run out of time. Okay, so this is where we do this. I really would have liked for that to have done more damage because I quite literally threw every single trip mine that we had. So I feel like that should have been a little bit more impactful. Yes, it's Plat. Yes, it was a boss enemy. but still, it's an extremely high damage skill, and we have done some speccing for armor damage, right? It's like, and if we have, it's like 40%, which means, 40% of a skill with a base damage of over 1,000 is a lot of additional damage. And this hack, I think we're gonna want to be, oh, that's, I don't know how often I've seen this hack on this map, but I can't imagine it's a good one, because it's right in the middle. But did we, I say that, didn't we have something there before? Was it an upload in that spot earlier today? Or was it an actual hack? It might have been a hack, but it might have been back when we were doing a, do we have a bronze mission here? No, we were doing our bronze missions for dailies on Magma. Let's at least throw our turret over there to help them out. Otherwise, try to distract enemies, particularly ones that can be extremely annoying like these berserkers. That is basically our role. Where'd you go? No, there's some, Did it blow up on you and you just didn't take any damage from it? So the problem is, one of the problems with this hack is not only that enemies can approach from basically any angle, but also that I'm trying to be over here to kite the enemies away from the hack, but I'm not that far away from the hack because the hack is right in the middle of the map. So, like, the LZ might technically be the furthest spot away. So I guess, by that account, this is actually the best spot to be. Haha. Alright, so this is good that we're getting the attention of several relatively big enemies. A little bit difficult in the way of trying to avoid all the types of enemies that are attacking us. I did not realize we still had a teammate who was over here. Running a little bit low on time here. So, at a certain point, we may have no choice but to try to brute force it, which is not easy. This kind of feels like one of those ones where you just say, I mean, even if we were taking a character like a huntress, this might still kill us. No. Even if we were taking a character like a huntress, it's still not a given that it would work because it's kind of just really unfortunate luck. It's a difficult objective with one of, if not the worst, locations for that objective. And at a certain point, it does not matter what character you have. That is just a reality that you have to somehow face. Okay. I think we stick with the current approach, though. Well, I am gonna gel, just so we continue to attract attention, because that's kind of important at this stage, but this is the spot that's a nightmare for me to get out from. Okay, this is not a good sign. Because at this point, we would need to be over there and try to brute force it, but it's going to be too late for us to do that. So we would have needed to have done that earlier. Okay, so basically what I'm saying is, not sure we should read too much into that, because that was just really bad luck on that objective. Even if we took a Huntress, I'm not sure that would have made much of a difference. In fact, I think the best character to take in that case would have been like a big tank, like a destroyer. And just absorb as much pressure as possible. I mean, obviously our score here doesn't really look very good, but... I don't know. Who were the infiltrators? So it was Angara and Avenger was the person who just messaged me asking if people know not to hang out in the area when they aren't cloaked. Yeah, everyone else was an infiltrator. So theoretically, the approach for that objective should have been 3 infiltrators hanging out in the hack, at least while cloaked, for the Angara Avenger. The other ones have a duration, or have a cooldown cloak, which is a little bit less reliable for it. We should have been, and were, trying to direct people as far away from the objective as possible. We probably should have, from the get-go, gone for the LZ rather than that back spot that was a little bit closer to the objective. Let's see. Did the other person message us about that match at all? No. Okay. I'll say to one of our other infiltrators, careful about not being cloaked in the hack. Don't want to attract any attention there. Hopefully that's a relatively polite way to give the heads up. And I don't know if how much of an issue that was, since I was not paying that close attention to the hack itself, since we were obviously the one that was furthest away. Alright, so let's see if they switched to a Juggernaut. The thing is, now we don't have a stealth grid character. Not that that's impossible, but if we had concerns about being in hacks while not cloaked, then that might make that more of an issue. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Or we just don't get hack. Fingers crossed.
You know the drill. Hold this position, clear on enemy forces. Let's do it. Stand high for me.
Killed our turret awfully quickly, didn't they? This is not a terrible place to be getting enemy. I mean, this would not have been a good spot for the hack that we were just talking about, because we're directly above it right now. But it does kind of get enemies in a different area, which is sort of nice. I'm not sure if they're gonna figure out where exactly we are, because we did go down in a weird spot. That also means.
Thank you.
But okay, that is good for us. cool. With the help of our teammate, yeah. This I don't like.
3 more to go.
Well, at least it's the end of the wave and it's the last enemy. But in general, Berserkers getting up close and personal when we do not have some trip mines to mess them up. Okay, devices is probably better than hack.
The enemy's tapping into civilian comm traffic. We need to take out their uplink
Should be an infiltrator's job. I'm gonna
devices. 1 device down.
try throwing some of these down over here. And by try, I mean put them down there and hope that I don't get killed in the process. That is a teleporting Audi. That is more Audis that are suddenly directly on top of us. And about to kill
Creating a
us.
flatline.
Well, it was technically the observer, for what it's worth.
Thank you. Nearly
Okay,
through.
but yeah, last time we were not nearly as aggressive, oh, hello, as we could have been on the trip mine side.
Enemy tech is deactivated. Objective complete.
So I know we talked a lot about, you know, what is the perfect way to use the skill, and yeah, sure, maybe there is a,
I'm reading a flatline.
there are some ways that are a little bit better than others, but oh, this is not.
I can assist.
Now, but at the end of the day, you're gonna need to place strip mines, one way or another.
Just 3 hostiles remaining. Enemies down.
It's not the most encouraging sign when it says 28 damage after we were firing at that I always think of Hydras as Atlases to a certain extent, but yeah, we've been using the Avenger S for this whole time, which, as I was saying a little while ago, was not necessarily something that we wanted to be doing on flat. We just kind of had it before and didn't really make a point of changing it. Oh, there's a sharpshooter over there who is, well, sharpshooting us.
Teammate injured.
That was interesting. 3-pointer? Oh! That might be the other enemy who's up here. Okay. Don't worry about it. Okay, do worry about it. I'll tell you one thing we are doing is we're doing a pretty good job of dying next to teammates. There's a right way and there's a wrong way to go down. Out of the power cells.
I'm reading a flatline.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Don't want to stay in there either. Ow. Shoot out there again. Turrets really do not last long, and that might just be the way turrets work no matter what on flat. We have invested some points in it, but does certainly feel as though it is not doing much, and more often than not just dies almost immediately after we place it.
Teammate injured. On my way.
Hoping that, yeah, teammate can get that person up because we are not very close.
Shields failed. 3 left. Go get
Maybe we just need to give our turrets better cover. Maybe that's the answer.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements.
Let's
Object of interest
proactively
detected in the mission area. Find and
place some of these. Are we gonna be able to get this one?
I'm reading a flat line.
That was about to be the statement. I'm amazed that didn't kill us.
Member down.
Because I thought that the Hydra fired those missiles and that they somehow missed. As it turns out, that was not the case.
Appreciate it.
Just give you guys shield boost.
Got the drop.
Oh, that's convenient. As long as this Atlas doesn't... Atlas again. You know what I mean. As long as the Hydra doesn't immediately annihilate us. Meanwhile, there's someone who's never played Mass Effect 3 who's like, Lids, what's an Atlas? Oh no, that's not the direction I wanted to dash in.
Artifact recovered.
This one we are probably not getting. Except that we might be. Except that we actually might be getting it. Hello! Goodbye! This is... yeah, no, that was... As soon as I saw the gauntlet that we had to go through, I knew that was probably going to be the outcome. Oh, that's also going to kill us.
I'm reading a flat line.
Oh, dear. Oh. Okay. Revived onto the grenade. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Objective complete. Mission accomplished.
Teammate injured. Teammate injured.
Oh. Oh, it's kind of spicy over there, it looks like. It's a little crowded. Oh, okay. As long as we avoid the middle.
Oh yeah. Hydra!
What? I thought I finished reloading. There's also definitely... oh, there's more enemies behind me than I realized.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
I was working on that guy. Get you. Those aren't close enough. Unless maybe if you stand up. No! That's not good enough! Darn it. That stinks.
We're tracking reinforcements.
Just needed him to be slightly taller.
Hostiles en route.
Alright, let's go for some proactive placements here. Hoping that is not pointed at a ridiculous angle. No, that's actually pretty solid. Not entirely sure which person had said shields down. Not sure if I got them there, but... wait for it. Also wait for it. Careful. Then shield boost. Walked into the trip mines. It did something, theoretically. Not much. Not much.
Well, thanks.
That's gonna kill us as well, especially because we got stunned, so we couldn't dodge out of the way. Except that we somehow didn't die, which is one of the most perplexing experiences I've ever had. Ow. Oh, I see the minigun dude as well. Oh dear, oh dear. Shield boost! Oh, and he healed himself right when he was about to go down. That's unfortunate. Yo, pay attention to the assault turret instead of us. At least for a brief moment.
Squad member down.
Oh, what? Fred, has I shield boosted you? You mean the shield boost didn't help? No!
Teammate injured. Squad member
I thought I
down.
timed it and everything.
I'm reading a flat line.
Oh, that's everybody, for what it's worth.
Active shooting.
Ow. Ow.
Squad member
Great.
down.
Yeah, I mean, we're just surrounded. So, I don't really think there's any way to avoid taking big damage there. Uh-oh. Okay. I think we just don't want to be in this corner right now. It's kind of the impression I'm getting. That's the impression that I get. At least that's what
Teammate injured.
they said when I asked the Mighty Mighty Boss Tones.
I'm reading a flat line. In your debt.
Somebody's gonna walk this way at some point, right? I certainly hope so. Because, you know, that was not the best placement. Not the best. Okay. Not quite as much as I would have liked, damage-wise, once again, it feels like. Ow. Where am I getting attacked from exactly?
Flat line.
Up there. Where's our teammate? Right next to us.
I can help.
Oh, hello. Okay. Oh dear.
Active shooting.
Everything is fine. Don't you worry about a thing. Oh, how I wish that. Okay, there we go. The second one was better. Second one was better.
Squad member down. Let's toughen you up.
I gotta tell you, it really feels like whenever I press the shield boost button, it kills one of our teammates. There's a striking correlation between me pressing the shield boost button and our teammates going down. You might call it a coincidence, but I don't know.
That hurt them. Be ready.
I think it might warrant further investigation. Are we sure that there isn't some side effect to shield boost where it does exactly the opposite of what it says?
Recover objects of interest.
Okay. Oh, I was gonna say maybe we can pull this off even though we're not the designated infiltrator. Then I saw the enemies over there and realized there is no freaking way we are getting anywhere near that thing. So I really hope people didn't see us start to go in that direction and then just assume, oh, don't worry, Lids has got it. Okay, well, granted, now it might be feasible.
Squad member down.
It would help if we actually pick this up. All right.
Artifact is secure.
And And they did do a good job of cutting the enemies to the other side of the map, for the most part. Can we avoid from this angle getting hit? Okay, it would really help if we pick this up.
I'm reading a flat line.
Okay, avoid that.
Artifact is secure.
Yeah, it's, you know, I would say probably not what we would have schemed up here. To have, ow! The shield boost. To have the level 11 or whatever we are, non-infiltrator person be the one doing the plat objectives.
Got the drop.
The ones that reset the objective if you die in the process. But, you know, that's just theory, man. We're totally safe right now. Famous last words.
Reading a flat line.
Just ignore the fact that we have the objective, so we should totally be running full speed toward the LZ. Can we make that jump? Not sure we wanted to make that jump. Oh, just in time. Because we're about to get hit by a whole bunch of rockets. Or not. Okay, okay, good. I was gonna say, I'm not sure we can get there in time.
Let's toughen you up.
This Avenger,
Squad member down.
I feel like it just needs more ammo per clip. I feel like you can't, I feel like you can't dish out enough damage before you need to reload. At least not on plat. If it just had a little bit more, then it'd be a lot better. Oh, wow. Okay, oh, I pressed the revive button at the very end there. It was too late. I mean, the wave is kind of close to being over, but there are at least two Hydras remaining. Might only be one now.
Just 3 hostiles remaining.
Now there's only one? Okay. So that actually might have been the right decision in that case.
Teammate injured.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't have voiced that opinion out loud.
Nice job.
Usually
Apex.
it's
Keep it
best
going.
to save your consumables if it's the end of the wave. And just trust that your teammates can finish the job. That way you still have more stuff
Shuttle incoming. Get
ready to use if you need it later on, which, I mean, it is extraction now. I did that because that is the throw button for the Asari Huntress. And I wanted to detonate that. That prime Hydra. That was not what ended up happening, as it turns out. Because I'm not an Asari Huntress,
Flatline.
as it turns out. Hey, that trip mine's still there. That's good to see.
Teammate injured.
I owe you.
Okay, so
Teammate injured.
that's not great. We can do some of that. We can do some of this. Ow. Okay, I didn't really expect for those to get
Squad member down.
detonated so quickly. Thought we had a little more time to proactively set up. Turns out it was not really proactive at all. It is a little scary. This is a little scary given all the enemies directly in front of us. I don't really want to be this close to the LZ this early. Also very far away from teammates right now, though. Also very far from enemies at the moment. What was it that was shooting us?
I'm reading a flat line.
Something? Oh no, that's not it. Where are you? Now we are starting to run a little low on time. And naturally there's, I believe, a Blaze Hydra that has decided to camp out next to the LZ. That's not good. Please don't hit us. You kinda did, but...
Took a hit, but
No! They were inches away from making it in for the full extraction. Okay, so, I mean, we should still get pretty solid XP and credits and all that. A little bit less, I think, because didn't get that last person extracting, but, you know, that was still us being pretty greedy and taking a low-level character into plat. So, we, you know, once again, it was a little lucky. We got away with it a little bit. We had much better luck with the objectives, for sure. I mean, you can see just how big of a difference it makes when you get hacks and uploads versus when you get pizzas. And did we get exclusively and might have gotten devices once? All right, Obidus is heading out. I'll wish them good night. GG's. Good night. Nope, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. This is the button for Mass Effect, the game. That was better. Definitely better luck on objectives. Definitely better luck on objectives. Much easier objectives, at least. Okay. We have a lot of skill points at the moment. We could put more in the turret, which, as I said, at least on plat, is basically dying immediately. Giving it 75% extra health. Honestly, I don't even know if that's going to make a difference. Yes, that's a huge number, but I'm not sure I'm convinced. While its creator is in close proximity, the turret repairs itself via Omni-Tool Link and improves tech power refresh rates. The refresh rate doesn't make a huge difference because we aren't really using many tech powers that have cooldowns. I assume this will not affect its... Well, I guess maybe it could affect itself while it's still up. And then we don't know yet what we're going to do for that, I don't think. But what do we have for the last offensive tech? It's either the weapon damage or everything other than weapon damage that is still weapon related. So I think we're taking that. I think we're just keeping it at shield boost 1 in all likelihood. So I mean, that could certainly be useful. Maybe we take that, and then maybe we will take the turret health and just cross our fingers there. Then I think, especially if we are staying on plat, which might be the case, let's amp up the firepower a bit here. Because on gold, sure, the Avenger S, we were getting by. It was passable. Better than passable. It was decent. On plat, though, it does feel like it's not exactly the most reliable. So we could always go paw. And given how everyone else has readied up, I guess we will do that, because I am feeling the time pressure all of a sudden. So let's do this. Okay, so we should have better weapon damage. Oh. Oops. And that's why apparently we needed to go faster, because the person who was hosting has left. Potentially because we did not immediately ready up. Either that, or they saw us put on the paw and they were appalled. So they immediately left as soon as we did that. And we are now host. I would definitely think we would need one more if we're gonna go plat when we are. I mean, we're level 15 now. Yes, we are certainly getting stronger, but this is still, I don't think, gonna cut it on our end, because we would be as just one of 2 people on the team. We would need to be making pretty big contributions, and I still don't necessarily think we're in a place to be doing that dependably. So I'm kind of thinking we're about to drop. Oh, hold on. Okay, no, the other person's back. Other person is back. All right, so can we make this happen with just... Let's see, don't think plat 2 is a good idea. I was about to say the same thing. All right, I'm gonna fess up to Broken Rivet, this teammate who's been messaging us, and say, yeah, and I've been trying to level this character. I've selfishly, let's be honest, instead of taking someone stronger, hopefully 3 people is fine. Though misspelled, but they've readied up, so we'll enter anyway. Okay, there we go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, we had a 4th for a second there. I didn't even see who it was because they immediately left. And I did not lock us in for a specific map or enemy, but that might have been worth doing. Do like Sandstorm Ket, probably the easiest combo. Not really for us, as we were saying before, because Sandstorm is not a great place for the trip mines, but as I was saying before, we did not really get the chance to do as much of the trip mining stuff as I would have liked to have done in the previous match, because we were a little more focused on just not dying. Which we did not do the best job of. Now we have the paw, so we should have more damage from our weapons, certainly. Not the best place to put that, but it's in a pinch. Oh, shield boost. What did I put on? For consumables again? Was it it was an XP booster, and then what was the other thing that I did though? I did put a second consumable one, right? I have no recollection as to what it was though. Was it generic assault rifle damage? I think it might have been. Get him! Get him, turret! Oh.
Nice job, Apex. Keep it going.
Oh no. That's not good.
Intelligence needs data from
Where
your
is it?
location. Look for an entry point.
Okay, well, our job is to go as far away as we possibly can. Which means somewhere in this general area. Already a Hydra who has found us. Oh, okay, no, you know, this spot would be even better. Careful, please. Well, theoretically, we've some cover from this angle.
Get that data before the enemy does.
I've never seen this. I've never seen that prompt. Is that because we haven't even touched the hack? Even then. Okay, no, you stay there. See if Broken Rivet can get us. If not, there's a lot of enemies in between us, so we are probably gonna need to gel here. See if they run into. I mean, That's already impressive. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Absolutely clutch. Absolutely clutch. I did not deserve to be revived in that situation, if I'm being honest. But they came up clutch. We are not making as much progress on this hack as we would perhaps like to have made at this point. Who's this on? I swear it should not be that close to us after we made those elusive maneuvers. Oh, okay, well there it is. Well there it is, and there was no running as soon as the Berserker got there. We were stun locked. Okay, but I'm gonna gel. Broken River was kind of close, yes, but I think, oh, we were, at least at the time, we were making some progress on the objective, so I didn't really want to interrupt that at all. Yeah, I just feel, the problem on Plat with this character, maybe our power damage is good. Maybe our power damage is still good. It feels way too slow, though. It feels way too slow to be able to do it. So I always feel like if I stop to take a second to use it, then I'm gonna die. That may not be any more true than it would be for other characters, but that is definitely the way that I feel using this character. Okay, now if we really wanted to cheese strat. Huzzah! Let the cheese begin! We were truly concerned. This can hit us? Possibly. Possibly not. All I'm gonna say is that I'm not proud. Huh?
Data's received.
Okay, now we'll stop. Data received. We will stop. Oh. I was about to press the shield boost button. I'm not sure it would have made a difference, though. What's up, TJ? How's it going? We are, well... we're doing the Andromeda multiplayer. We've been doing it for a little while now. I still wouldn't call myself a seasoned Andromeda multiplayer player. But this is, you know, we are on Plat right now, so we are on the highest difficulty. We are currently leveling up a character still, so this is maybe, you know, not the most straightforward of matches. Did we get a fourth? Oh, we did get a fourth. Nice. Leopard Shark is now in.
Enemies clear. Keep it up.
And that's another person who I've done some Plat matches with somewhat often in between streams. So, okay. Now I'm feeling much better. Any character in particular that I'm liking? I would say, in general, my go-to character has been the Asari Huntress, because, well, she is incredibly strong. At first, I wasn't a huge fan of hers, just because I don't remember how familiar you are with Andromeda multiplayer. So I don't know if you're like, Lids, I have no idea what that means. Or if you're like, oh yes, Asari Huntress uses this skill, this skill, this skill, and this skill. And is most commonly used, specializes in this particular thing. But basically, really good defensive character slash utility character because she can disappear with her cloak very frequently. That's gonna hurt.
Teammate injured.
Much more reliably than other characters can. So that makes her much more defensive because you can just cloak and run away from enemies when you get in trouble. Unlike this guy who we have a tiny little shield boost, which can buy us a split second to try to escape. Initially, I wasn't the biggest fan of that character, though, because her damage is not very good. But eventually found a way to set her up to do more offensively, and once I started to do that, it felt like it was a much more enjoyable character, because for a while there it felt like, when we were first trying the character, okay, sure, we're strong defensively, so we can survive better and we can get some things done that are difficult with other squishier characters, but it doesn't feel like we're contributing much in terms of actually taking enemies out, which feels like a pretty big issue. Whereas this guy, you know, it's our first day playing him. I don't think well, my expectations for him were not that high. Oh no, this is gonna be a tough one. Speaking of difficult objectives that the Asari Hunters would be very good at, this would be one of them. This guy, not so much. Is this our second hack? This match? It is, isn't it? Hold on, hang out here for a second. Throw out some mines. So yeah, our expectations for this character definitely were not as... What the heck is the angle on that? Are you serious? Okay, hold on. How? How? How did we do that? I would prefer if you didn't come over here. I would also prefer not to be absolutely annihilated by that Hydra. Or that Hydra. Hydras in general. Yeah, the stealth. Okay, so yeah, you know, the stealth grid. I mean, it feels like... It does feel absolutely busted how strong that skill is. To the point where it borderline feels like cheating. So I totally get it. At times, I've not felt the best about using that character for that reason. Okay, we really should be further away from the objective and getting you. That's not great. I don't know how we lived.
Squad member down.
Oh, I mean, we were right next to our teammate. We have some time, yes. Don't get me wrong, but I am starting to get a little concerned. A little concerned about how much time we have left for this. Just don't like restocking them constantly. Also fair. Also fair. Oh, what? I did not intend to be on the other side of that cover. Also, don't go near... Okay, this is probably gonna kill us. I'm surprised that worked. We are way too close to the objective right now. You are just hanging out, and to be honest, I kind of like your spawn. Kind of like it for myself. And that first one's not the best angle. Ignores that. Did enough to soften you up, though. Throw this to... Yeah, I mean, if we're occupying a Berserker and a Hydra, yeah, that's mission accomplished in many ways, I think. I don't know what this Hydra is currently doing.
Well done. We've got the data.
There we go. Yeah, I kind of feel... I usually don't feel great about using the paw either, because that also feels like it's basically a cheat code. Initially, we were using the Avenger S siphon for our first few matches with this guy, including on Plat. And, you know, it was holding up on other difficulties, but once we jumped over into Plat, it did kind of feel like we were just handicapping ourselves by not taking something bigger, like the paw, especially when we were taking a character that was not fully leveled up on Plat. So in the interest of being able to at least contribute something,
3 more to go.
we did switch over to the paw.
Reload. We're tracking reinforcements.
What wave was that? Was that the second objective or the third objective? Second, okay.
Hostiles en route.
How do I think this compares to Mass Effect 3 multiplayer?
Hydra!
Ooh. I think... Let me think that one over a bit. So there are different ways in which you could make the comparisons, right? Because, I mean, just the structure of the matches as a whole. Do that? Did that Berserker just disappear? Also, this is getting very frustrating with our trip mines because there's still this other one that we threw over there before. Somehow we are throwing it and it's like kind of, oh, also, oops. I also was scratching my nose when that happened and did not have my hand on the controller, so that also contributed to why we died there. But, yeah, no, the trip mines are like inside this thing. Yeah, there are several ways you could draw the comparisons, right? Because you have the just basic structure of, well, Mass Effect 3 multiplayer is 10/11 waves, and multiplayer for Andromeda is 7, so it's much shorter. I kind of like that aspect of Andromeda a little bit more.
In your debt!
At least once you get used to the shorter matches for Andromeda, it does feel a little alarming going back into Mass Effect 3 and the matches taking as long as they do, and you know, you get to the point where you're like, okay, surely the match is about to end, right? And then you glance over like, oh no, we still have another objective, we still have several more waves to do. So that can feel weird, switching between Andromeda and Mass Effect 3. In terms of weapon variety, I have not yet used all the weapons in Andromeda, so that's a little hard to compare there. There might be more weapons total in Andromeda, especially if you consider the siphon and bulwark and concussive, all that stuff. But I feel like the way that the weapons perform in Andromeda, I do not like as much, in that in Mass Effect 3, you can pretty reasonably take at least uncommon weapons and do reasonably well with them. Sometimes even common weapons, you can still, if you want to take them, have reasonable success with them. Whereas for Andromeda, it really feels like it's just, there's ultra rare, and then there's everything else. And if you don't take ultra rare, then you are voluntarily or through necessity, depending on if you have any ultra rares, you are just significantly handicapping yourself, which I don't like. I really don't like, in fact, because it feels like that doesn't matter. Okay, well, that was terrible positioning on my part, but it feels like, you know, you could have 10,000 weapons in Mass Effect Andromeda. Oh wait, this is this is the other objective wave. I thought this was extraction for a second. You could have 10,000 weapons in Andromeda, but if all but one of them is a, if there's only one ultra rare and 9,999 weapons are rares, it doesn't matter how many rares there are, you're always going to take the ultra rare because it's just that much better. So is it really weapon variety, or is it just the perception of weapon variety? Because that's what it kind of feels like with Andromeda. So in that aspect, I definitely prefer Mass Effect 3.
Enemy tech is deactivated. Objective complete.
I have joked about this before. Oh, I'm not sure I knew we could go up there, but I've definitely joked about it before, but legitimately the fact that there are no grabs in Mass Effect Andromeda is definitely something that is a somewhat significant downside. Because those are a lot of fun. And it just seems silly that they removed them. I don't know why they did. We cannot revive that person safely because we do not have a glove. What are other aspects? The characters, it's hard to compare those in their entirety because we have not played all the characters for Andromeda, and we certainly, even with the characters we have played, have not necessarily spent a lot of time with them. What else? What other aspects? In terms of pure gameplay, obviously mobility-wise is maybe the biggest difference between Mass Effect 3 and Mass Effect Andromeda, where Mass Effect Andromeda you can jump.
Keep it up.
In general, the game feels a little more fluid with your character. So that's a point for Andromeda. I think point for Mass Effect 3 for having more enemy variety than you have in Mass Effect Andromeda. You know, I say point here, point there. You know, it's not like straightforward. Not to suggest that, oh well,
Squad member down.
this one good thing is the equivalent of this other good thing in a different game, and therefore you can just keep score like that. This is more just generically, you know, this is a thing that I like about this game. This is a thing that I like about a different game. What aspect was I just talking about? Enemy variety a little bit better in Mass Effect 3. Do 4 options rather than just 3 here for Andromeda, which does feel, at times, especially if you're playing for a long time in one sitting, does start to feel quite repetitive. More gameplay-wise, again, the objectives, way better in Mass Effect 3, which I'm sure no one is surprised to hear me say, because it is such a roll of the dice with...
Squad member down.
I did heal right as the missiles were incoming, for what it's worth, but it's just basically a huge RNG dice roll for okay, I should not be standing here. For Andromeda, where it's like, okay, did we get a hack? Did we get upload? Well, that stinks, because if we don't have an infiltrator, then we have no chance, at least in the higher difficulties.
In your debt.
The change where you can't make progress on those objectives if there's an enemy in the circle is, you know, one of the main reasons why that's such an issue. Oh, whoa!
Mission complete. Full team secure.
Okay, little slow to get to the LZ there, but we just barely made it work. But yeah, that's one of the biggest knocks for Andromeda, I think. Oh, also, Andromeda, for some reason, has region-locked lobbies, which is just extremely silly. Yeah, like, it's hard for me to compare the don't know if they're reacting to our last second dash into the LZ there, or just generically what was not the easiest of plat matches. But yeah, it's hard for me to compare characters, because I feel like, you know, I just have way more time spent with characters in Mass Effect 3 than I do in Andromeda, both in terms of number of characters and time spent with individual characters, so I just don't have as good an understanding of what is the way to play this character in Andromeda, whereas I have much more of that for Mass Effect 3. There are other, like, little things, like, I wish there was an adrenaline module consumable in Andromeda. I do like that the maps in Andromeda have different versions for different times of day, so it, even if it's, I don't know if it's the same number, it might actually be fewer maps total than it is in Mass Effect 3, but it at least helps give the perception of a little more variety. Alright, hold on. What was he saying would be easier? Because... Sans... Oh, yeah. Yeah. We can lock in. We can lock in... Wait, why is it hard set for derelict? It must have been like that before. Is that leftover from one of the missions that preceded this, maybe? We could make this Ket as well. But yeah, you know, that's a few things where Andromeda has the perception of more variety, but in truth, is that really the case? It might not be. The fact that you level up characters individually rather than as a class, I mean, you could make the case is a little bit more intuitive almost for Andromeda, but man, is that a lot harder to switch back and forth between different characters and test them out, because you have to invest a lot of time and energy into leveling up a character before that character is maxed out. Well, are we now? 16? Yeah, we can get by with just a silver XP booster, right? So yeah, I know that was a lot of positives and negatives for each of the games, which probably gives the perception that I think of them roughly in the same light. I would probably still put Mass Effect 3 a fair bit. Also, the one other thing that's makes it really hard to compare, which is not really fair to Andromeda, but it does very much make it more of an apples and oranges comparison for me, is that we generally have a lot more people,
Secure this position. Enemies on the move. Be ready.
like, not just in our lobby, but who are actually in Discord coordinating with us for Mass Effect 3. Whereas that does happen occasionally for Andromeda, but it's definitely much less often that that happens. So, wait, what's this plat? We killed that enemy a lot faster than I expected to kill that enemy. Someone else shooting it as well? Killed that enemy quickly enough that I thought we were not on platinum. You guys could just walk right there. But yeah, so we tend to have a lot more people like actually in Discord coordinating with us for Mass Effect 3 relative to Andromeda. What that means in practice is that for Mass Effect 3, we do a whole lot more, or can do a whole lot more interesting coordinated team compositions and specific challenges and what have you. Whereas for Andromeda, it's a lot more just generic, well, today we're going to try doing platinum matches. And part of that is just that we've been doing Mass Effect 3 for longer, so you know, we've unlocked everything, and therefore, if we want to try new stuff, that's one of the only ways to make new stuff happen. Whereas for Andromeda, it's, well, we haven't tried this character yet. We haven't tried this weapon yet.
Return to the drop point. Marking first location on your HUD.
Oh, gotta get there first. So that makes it hard to compare as well, which again is, as I was saying, it's not necessarily fair to Andromeda to penalize it for that. But it does mean that we're doing more unusual things
Artifact is secure.
gameplay-wise in Mass Effect 3. Which makes it feel different to play. Oh,
Teammate
see
injured.
Daisy.
In your debt.
Hang in there, Apex. Got the drop.
But yeah, and much like weapons, for Andromeda, there's also... Ooh, hello. Definitely
Get down.
the balancing between characters is definitely
Shields fail!
Last drop received.
much
All
less
unaffected.
aligned. Because you have characters like the Huntress, like the Angara Avenger, like the Juggernaut, and then you have everyone else. Which, you know, maybe to a certain extent, those I pressed the. Were we on cooldown for shield boost? Because if not, then I pressed it multiple times and we were just standing there doing nothing. It's not like we were staggered or anything, so I don't know why that happened. But what was I saying? Oh, the
Appreciate it!
there are other characters that you could potentially make the case that many of them are just underrated and therefore underused.
3 left. Go get 'em.
But it's you can't really tell me with a straight face that an infiltrator is not inherently going to be better than other
Job, Agent.
classes
Keep it going.
9 times out of 10 on higher difficulties. In large part because infiltrators
Hostiles en route.
can, starting in Andromeda, they can still do objectives even when they're cloaked, which is not something you can do in Mass Effect 3, so that just feels like it swung the balance of power way over in the infiltrators' favor. I mean, the infiltrators were already really strong in Mass Effect 3. It's not like they needed to get an absolutely astronomical buff. But again, that just all ties into perception of variety, perception of options in Andromeda, whereas in practice, it's really less than Mass Effect 3 in terms of viable, or at least options that feel viable. And the drop-off is much more significant between viable and quote-unquote unviable setups in Andromeda. At least for weapons. Again, characters, you know, I'm less... Ow, wow.
Teammate injured.
I'm less qualified to make that statement. And it's probably less true for characters as well, but there's a reason why almost every plat match has
I'm reading a flat line.
at least one of either the Angara Avenger and Sorry Huntress, and at least one Juggernaut. And then it's harder to get matches in Andromeda, because you have the lower player count, that's true. Have we heard anything about what, if anything, we're gonna get multiplayer-wise from Mass Effect 4?
My shields!
Maybe it's just the after effects of them saying, nah, we don't want to add multiplayer to Legendary Edition. That makes me feel like I'm not exactly confident they're gonna do much. Or did they outright state? Oh no, it's a hack. Did they outright state what they were gonna go for?
Sources say key data is scattered around this area. Find and recover that data.
Yes, like this is what I mean. Hack means this mission, this match, just got twice as difficult. Oh, what? Not cool, dude. Oh, look out. Look out. That's not good. What? I nuked him. Oh, did that save you? It did not save you.
I'm reading a flat line.
Great. Great. Fraction away from getting the revive. Also, hot take. Sync kills in Mass Effect 3 are way better. Don't... Then you didn't expect me to say that. Or just that that's even something that crossed my mind. But, you know, it might have had something to do with how one of our teammates just got picked up by one of the boss enemies, and that boss enemy tried to sync kill us as well. Like, sync kills in general, you could make the case, well, it's not good game design to have any enemy that can instantly kill you, and maybe that's true. But I still think it was done better in Mass Effect 3. But we have the bug where we look invisible even though we're not actually invisible right now. I'm pretty sure. But like, what I mean by that is, say what you want about being disappointed when you get picked up by a Banshee. It's still pretty freaking cool, the animation. If you think about, you know, at least in the campaign, you know, the context for when you first see that, assuming you go Asari Monastery is the first time you run into the Banshees. It's pretty epic. And sure, you're not getting all of that context when you're in the multiplayer, but it still feels like it has more gravitas. It makes it feel more like the bosses are actually bosses and not just enemies that are ridiculous damage sponges, which definitely does feel like the case at times for Andromeda, where it's just, okay, this enemy is just really annoying because I can fire at him non-stop for 15 seconds straight and he's not dead. Like Berserkers.
Hostiles en route.
Oh, right, and okay, this is really messing with my head now. The we are invisible, but we're not actually invisible thing, because as I was saying before, talking about how I've been playing a lot of Huntress. There have been multiple times, even in this match, where I've pressed buttons as if I were trying to do the thing that the Huntress would do, like trying to detonate combos, which we cannot do with this character, because I press shield boost thinking that it's going to use throw. And by thinking, I mean just unconsciously thinking. Instinctively assuming that particular button will do that, when that is no longer the case on this character. Ow! Yeah, like, Banshee sync kills are really good. But animation, the quality of the animation is really good. Brute sync kills, not as common, but pretty hilarious when they happen as well, because the animation is really good. Atlas is, yeah, to a certain extent. Scions, sure. Praetorians, frustrating, definitely, but...
Well, thanks.
But it is a good animation. It makes it feel like the enemies are more distinct. Again, perception of variety versus actual variety. I mean, in this case, as we were saying before, Mass Effect 3 does legitimately have more variety than Andromeda in terms of the enemy types that you can choose, but also just in terms of how different the enemies feel.
Teammate injured.
Sometimes for Andromeda, it just feels like this is a bipedal enemy with a gun. This is a different bipedal enemy with a gun, which, to be fair, is also true for some of for a fair bit of Mass Effect 3's enemies, but at least you have some sort of distinctive features. It feels like each faction in Mass Effect 3 has more distinctive features than each faction in Mass Effect Andromeda. Because, yes, you know, sure, you have cannibals and marauders that are bipedal enemies with weapons. But then you have Ravagers that behave totally differently. You have Brutes that behave totally differently. And yes, you know, in many ways, some of the enemies in Andromeda are sort of like the Andromeda equivalents
Enemies down. Keep your guard up.
of Mass Effect 3 enemies. Like, a Fiend is obviously very much strongly... Oh my god, more hacks. Very strongly inspired by the Brutes. And maybe you could make the case that the Ascendant is sort of like the Andromeda version of the Banshee. But the Banshee is just a much more interesting and unique enemy than the Ascendant is. There's really nothing like a Ravager or Swarmers in Andromeda. And then take, you know, Collectors. Sure, they also have bipedal enemies. That was a strange projectile, whatever that was flying over there. Collectors, sure, they also have bipedal enemies that shoot you with guns. Correct. However, they have things like the Collector Webs and the Seeker Swarms that mean you really notice when you are playing against Collectors. It feels very different relative to Reapers because the bees are going to affect the match. And there isn't really anything like that in Andromeda. No, like, really unique characteristic enemy or environmental effect, whatever you want to call it,
Let's toughen you up.
like there is in Mass Effect 3. Oh, hello. Now this is once again a time where I really should be using more of the trip mines, but I also admittedly have been maybe distracting myself a little bit too much thinking about Mass Effect 3. Oh, that's a great spot. Great spots for these. Oh no, those actually are possible for the enemies to step on, I suppose. I thought they were pointing straight into the ground. What exactly is that? Okay. And no confirmation on the ME4 multiplayer side? Okay. So yeah, maybe it's just given what happened with Legendary Edition, but that doesn't give me a lot of confidence.
Lost my
Squad member
shield.
down.
Doesn't give me a lot of confidence that they're going to prioritize multiplayer.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's hard to do a comparison, a straight up comparison between Andromeda and Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, because there are things that you would at first glance assume that Andromeda does better, but it actually doesn't, like the variety in particular. But then there are a lot of those little things in Mass Effect 3 that, sure, you know, one small difference with, like, having more impactful sync kill animations, that's not a huge deal in and of itself. But you throw together a bunch of things like that, and it just feels like Mass Effect, you know, grabs. Again,
That hurt them.
sure, is it the end of the world that Andromeda doesn't have grabs? It depends who you ask. Maybe it's not a humongous deal, but it's another thing that just detracts a little, takes it away a little bit from the character, from the unique feel of Andromeda relative to Mass Effect 3. Stand still. I am not going to stand still, because you're there. I'm just gonna throw more of these at a better height this time. I'm sure there are other things, relevant things, as well
Lost my shields!
that would affect why one would prefer either Andromeda or Mass Effect 3 over the other. Combos definitely feel very different in the two games. I think I definitely prefer combos in, well, they're easier to, they're less mechanically complicated in Andromeda, the combos. So they're
I owe you!
more beginner friendly in that way. But whoa, goodness. But they feel much less rewarding to me in Andromeda. Like, setting off a biotic combo in Mass Effect 3 is fun. Setting off a fire combo in Mass Effect 3 is fun. There are a lot of times in Mass Effect Andromeda multiplayer where you set off a combo and you just go to yourself, that didn't really feel like it did anything. I should be, it's not urgent, but I should be thinking about making moves. Project Director mentioned right after, okay, hold on. I should not be reading that right now. I'll read that when the match is over. Okay. Reminder, you are not actually invisible. You look invisible, but you're not actually invisible.
Mission complete. All teams secure.
Right, the biotic combo sound in Mass Effect 3 is fantastic. Fantastic. And if you just say that in passing, you say to yourself, well, like, sure, but how important can that really be? It's really easy to just gloss over that, but it makes a big difference because every time you're playing a biotic character, it just feels that much more rewarding for pulling off biotic combos. The damage also feels better for basically any and every combo in Mass Effect 3. Which means that playing power builds feels much more rewarding in general in Mass Effect 3, which is something that I've heard a lot of people say, and I, for the most part, think I agree that in general, the power-based characters, great in Mass Effect 3, but in Andromeda, they are very much outshined by the weapons, just going the weapon route all the way. And that means characters who are best at using weapons are almost always going to be the ones that are most effective at higher difficulties. Yeah, we're level 18 now. Oh, closer. We're not that close to 20, but we do have some more points here. We still weren't sure what we wanted to do here. We could delay the decision further by going the... We could afford both levels on the turret, in fact. There's the repair option, or there's the gun damage. Let's see. I want to use his mines more like sticky grenades. Yeah, I also, as I was saying there, I definitely, especially once we started going up onto Plat, I definitely have not been using the grenades anywhere near as often, or the trip mines anywhere near as often as I should be. He said, you want to use the mines more like sticky grenades, but put them right in front of the enemy so they step on it. Okay. That is fair. That is fair. Because I've not been using the trip mines well in the past few matches. In part because we've been experimenting with other ways to do it, and in part because I've just admittedly was not focusing 100% on the match in that one. I was focusing more on racking my brain for what the differences between Mass Effect 3 and Andromeda would be. Let's see. Do we have more people we could conscript? Not who are playing Andromeda as we speak. So maybe we should drop down to gold, as he was just saying there. And if we're dropping down to gold, we should be able to go for just unknown. So I think we do... I mean, on plat at least, the turret is still, I think, going down almost immediately. Which is frustrating, because then you need to be constantly replacing it, and it's supposed to be a skill that you put up and is kind of just a passive damage dealer, but... So maybe this helps if you go this route. But turret repairs itself. Omnilink turret heal 3% heals per second is nowhere near enough to keep that thing alive on plat, I would have to think. So I think you just go with the damage route. Then when it comes to the ice cryo ammo versus flamethrower, close range, long range, is that a reason to choose one over the other? Armored defense, 100%? That is pretty tempting. This has damage bonus to armor. I think you do this. I mean, maybe I'm wrong here, and there's a consensus opinion that the flamethrower is the way to go. I definitely have seen people using the flamethrower turrets, but... Alright, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's throw on at least a little booster. Well, we did get a 4th, for what it's worth. Who is an infiltrator? Wanna bump back up to plat? Nah. We'll stick with gold for now. Yeah, so like the cryo one for the huge armor debuff, that number just seemed way too huge to turn down to me. And to be honest, the range was actually, at least for higher difficulties, something that I was considering, because, again, if the turret is dying almost immediately after it starts getting hit, then if it can only deal damage when enemies are right next to it, that means it's probably not doing much. Or at least, if it can only use its most powerful damage dealing ability when enemies are right next to us, then it's probably not doing much. This is not our turret. This was someone else's turret. Our turret does not want to... Excuse me! Thank you. Hold on. I need to push their turret away, and I need to push our turret forward, because they put their turret where I wanted to put our turret. This is important. Trust me, this is important. I like how it is currently shooting through us. There we go. See, now our turret is in front. Look at that. Look at that. Prime real estate. Hold on. Go away. Meanwhile, this is the person who this is the person who set up the other turret. They're like, what on earth is Lids doing? He's completely lost his mind. He's not fired his weapon once. He's used one skill. Okay, fine.
Three left. Go get him. That hurt them. Be ready.
A bunch of aliens.
Enemies incoming.
Get to a better area.
Okay, over here. Maybe we try doing this thing. The dropping it right down in front of them approach. That might have been a little more effective. It didn't land immediately, so it does require at least some precision. The enemies do not always cooperate, as we are seeing here. The enemies do not always cooperate. There we go. If you would just move ever so slightly. Hardly got to tune in for single player. How'd I feel about the campaign? Also a good question. I would say gameplay was good.
Find artifacts and return to the drop
I
point.
did like
First
a lot
location
how
I
you
got.
could mix and match skills from different classes in ways that you would not have been able to do in Mass Effect 3 or other Mass Effect games in the original trilogy. And that did allow us to do some interesting combinations, some things that I would have liked to have done in those other games, but never had the chance to do. There was at least one combo that I wanted to do, but was not possible, even in Andromeda, which is a little bit disappointing. But in general, the combination of skills I thought was a lot of fun. The writing was
Artifact recovered.
well, I was gonna say wildly inconsistent. That might be generous. At best, the writing was passable. Or maybe decent. Which was frustrating. I mean, this is not news to anyone who's played Andromeda, of course. But the thing is that, for the most part, I tried to give Andromeda the benefit of the doubt. I really, really tried to come in with just a blank slate, not come with any,
Teammate injured.
not jump to conclusions about it. Not,
Artifact recovery
this
is
guy.
complete. Nice job.
Not jump to conclusions, not, come in with my mind already made up about any aspect of the game. Just blank slate.
3 hostiles remaining.
And tried to give the game the benefit of the doubt and, engage with the story to the extent, engage with the story and characters and whatnot as much as possible. But then there were several times when the game just kind of slapped us in the face for trying to do that with just completely nonsensical things, where, we would have to have predicted things that we had no reasonable way of predicting, or characters acted in exactly the opposite way that we would have reasonably expected. So trying to make thoughtful decisions was at times punished, it felt. So it wasn't just that it was, generic bad writing. So that was frustrating, because it felt like, whoa, what? Oh, that person didn't get revived. I thought we revived, or one of our teammates revived.
Incoming fire!
Because basically every time the game was trying to get us to make an important decision that was supposed to have trade-offs,
Teammate injured.
it always felt like, okay, well, here's the thing that the game wants to try to... here's the option that the game very clearly wants me to take. And it's not being subtle about it. And here are the other things that the game is trying to give us some reason
Get down!
to do. And because of the poor writing that led up to those key decisions, the thing that should have been the obvious choice is not actually an obvious choice. Which is obviously in the abstract a concept that is, not very descriptive. But what's
That hurt them. Be ready.
and now my brain is turning off after saying, Lids, you've got basically no sleep, and now you are still staying up late, and it is time for you to get some rest. As we anticipated, we would hit a wall at some point today. I think we're probably hitting it, but what was the aspect I was talking about with the decisions that kind of... Oh, like, well, this is kind of a mixture of some of the things that I was talking about before, but, like, yeah, this is really more the just game being unclear and not having written well. But like the hackers mission where you like raid the hackers base, and one of the ways that you can get additional information from them is by actually being nice to some of them and helping them out, which we did. But then the game was not clear about how we technically had all the information we needed, had achieved all the things we needed to achieve to finish the mission. But the game still had a notification in the top right corner saying that, hey, there are still some things that you can do here for this quest.
Go get 'em.
Which made me think, okay, well, maybe we didn't accomplish everything just by being nice to those hacker people. Maybe we do still need to investigate some of the things that the game was hinting we might want to investigate earlier, even though it was saying that there might be some risks that come along with that. So then, given how the game did not, basically told me that, hey, you still have to do other things.
Stand by.
I did those other things, was punished for doing those other things, and the game completely ignored the good things that I did. And then later on in the game, it tried to frame something as a decision that I could make that would affect the outcome of the quest, or the follow-up quest to it, when in fact it didn't matter what my dialogue choices were in a conversation. It was a predetermined outcome based on this decision that I had not really intentionally made, but had only done because the game made me think that I had not finished a quest when in truth I already had. So that, I guess, is still a little bit hard to get the, like, I don't know how good that description was to understand exactly how that played out, but
Target eliminated. Well done.
hopefully that gives you a sense for basically the game duped me into I'd done something the right way. The game implied that I was not done, which then led me to unknowingly / unwillingly subsequently override the good thing I had done with a bad thing. Then the game tried to suggest that I could fix it later on, except it was actually, there was no choice at all at that point. Something that was framed as a choice that I could affect, that could affect the outcome, was actually going to punish me all along in a really heavy-handed way.
Shuttle incoming. Get to the extraction zone.
Incoming fire!
And if you can think of what some of the potential outcomes are in the Nexus, with a conversation with some of the people after the hacking mission, then you can probably get what I'm alluded to here in terms of what I say when I'm saying, well, the game punished me a lot for something that I didn't even want to do. And for something that I initially did not do, until the game kind of sort of forced my hand into it. So that's the kind of thing that just feels like, all right, well, what the heck? The game has just gone out of the way to unfairly deceive me into doing something I didn't want to do and punish me for it in a way that I cannot undo. And that just feels like, a slap in the face. So those types of things, not fun. And unfortunately, those types of things did happen on a few occasions. And so that's one of the reasons why the Andromeda campaign playthrough was definitely a bit of a roller coaster ride. Ammunition. Yeah, so I don't know. That's 1 a.m. lids on 4.5 hours of sleep, trying to recall things that happened several months ago and give detailed explanations about them. So that probably made no sense, but yeah, no Renegade Paragon, and it felt like the game just didn't really have, like, you had all the options for your dialogue, but it didn't really feel like there was as much direction with those types of things. There were definitely times when the preview for what it said you were going to say and what you actually had your character say were wildly different. And so again, that sort of led to the whole, like, I think this is the outcome I want to have. So I'm going to try to make my decision, you know, choose this dialogue option that will lead to something along those lines, and then it just does exactly the opposite of what you wanted. Another good example of the whole, like, the game just kind of deliberately making your life miserable. You expect mines to trigger combos, you say. That is a question we were asking ourselves as to whether that was something we wanted to do, but maybe we do go that. We can't afford it just yet because we need one more level, but okay. One of the most egregious examples of the game just like going out of the way to mess with you is a quest where you're basically interviewing some NPCs, and they ask you some questions, and you have 4 options, I think, and only one of them is correct, and all the other ones cause you to fail part of the quest, or I forget if it fails the entire quest or just a subcomponent of it. And there's absolutely no way of knowing what the correct answer is in advance. There's zero way of knowing what the correct answer is in advance. It's 100% a complete outright guess. I would hang around next to the NPC, see if they mentioned anything in passing to like other NPCs in the area, see if you could observe something that the NPC did that would give you a hint as to what the correct answer was. No hints whatsoever. The dialogue leading up to that decision you had to make, in some cases, the exact opposite of what was implied was the correct answer. And it was just like, who tested this? Who decided that this was okay? Because a 5th grader could have designed a better conversation and a better quest than this. So those types of things frustrating. And they did come up more often than I would have liked them to have come up, because I was really hoping that I could just kind of brush those things aside as complaints that were overhyped when the game came out, and you know, that got some negative media attention. But unfortunately, they were more prevalent. Why? I don't need this. Why am I doing that? Because my brain has stopped working. That's why. We've already established this. But yeah, it was carried a lot by the gameplay. Some of the aspects of, you know, new discovery were cool, but that's something that I would have liked the game to have embraced more, because I felt like the game went a little too generic with the whole... it felt like the approach for each planet was largely the same. You know, it didn't... like, yes, obviously the planets all looked different and there were some different quests, but basically the whole, you know, okay, well, this planet is bad. We're just gonna go to this place where we're gonna activate some magic space science, and everything is going to instantly become better. And we're not really gonna go into depth about how or why that's happening. We're just gonna accept that. And I get it, you know, to a certain extent. You can't go into huge detail about, well, you see, the average temperature on this planet is 10 degrees too hot, and therefore you can't consistently have drinkable water without it evaporating first, or you know, there's a lack of nitrogen in this ecosystem, and therefore it is impossible for complex life to form. Like, you know, obviously you can't easily go into that level of detail for a mass market game, but to me it just felt like they really dumbed that stuff down way more than I would have liked, when that was one of the things that had initially appealed a lot to me about Andromeda. Was I really like space exploration and space in general, and this seemed like a really cool way to make, you know, colonizing a new planet, which is just a really interesting idea. A really interesting way to dive into that and feel like, you know, we are playing an important part in the discovery and understanding of these planets, whereas for the most part it was just well, we're gonna do exactly the same thing for every single planet, and that's just gonna work every time, and we're not really gonna question it, and we're not gonna really talk about how in one case the magic space science stuff can turn an ice planet warmer, and in another case it can turn a desert planet cooler.
Enemies headed your way.
Or what the implications of those things are for setting up colonies on those worlds. But you know, that might just be a me thing, because you know, as I said, that was one of the things that intrigued me the most about Andromeda, or at least, like, obviously I love the original trilogy, so it could have just been, you know, very similar to the original trilogy, and that would have been fine to me. But I was hoping for more depth when it came to, you know, what is it that makes the Andromeda Galaxy and the planets in the Andromeda Galaxy unique, and what kind of unique challenges does that create for us as people who are trying to make a life in that colony. And it all just felt very generic. Did our character just say actually stupid? It really sounded like it. But you know, this is coming from someone who studied colonizing Mars as their thesis. So like, as I say, that's maybe a me thing. Which is like, you had such a great opportunity and you didn't seize upon it. But as I say, you know, I understand now. When you're talking about a game that has to appeal to the masses, you can't necessarily take the time to go into that level of depth, because you'll lose people in the process. And I know it also sounds like I'm just non-stop ragging on Andromeda right now, but that's also the campaign, at least. But that's also because I am, well, as I was saying before, some of those things are, not all those things are created equal. Like, having good gameplay is really important. But again, it's all the little things. Well, it's all the little things that makes Mass Effect 3 really good. Some of those things for Andromeda that I was saying are not so great, are not little things. Having poor story writing and character writing, that's a pretty big thing. Especially for a Mass Effect game. But the other things, like, you know, you should have more depth in the scientific aspects of each planet. Like, that's much more niche. That's a much smaller deal, even if I would have liked it.
Upload complete. Good job, Apex. Nearly through.
That's the line. It really sounds like our character is saying actually stupid. It's probably something shooting.
3 more to go.
Or like actively shooting or something like that, but it really sounds like we're saying actually stupid. Right, like there's just way more depth to the relationships and the history in the original trilogy, and in ways that make sense. Like, okay, there's this war. There's this war against this newfound creature that turned out to be extremely powerful. And so people had to rally some additional troops to win that war. In doing so, they had to give power to these people who maybe were not the most responsible with that power. Once the war was over, those people got a little carried away with that power. And then people might have overreacted when it came to reacting to what people did with that power grab. This is, once again, speaking in the abstract. That was supposed to be a description of the Rachni Wars, discovering a new
3 left.
species that was hostile and more powerful than people would have expected. Then the Solarians, Turians, and Asari, understandably, saw that as a threat and realized that they needed more firepower and recruited the Krogan and gave them access to technology and weaponry that, at least after their nuclear winter, they did not really have much of. Here's a good opportunity to do this. Which makes sense that they would do that. But then it makes sense that after the war was over, suddenly the Krogan have this new capability. And given what else we learned about the Krogan, it's not surprising to see that they wouldn't be the most responsible with it. And then it's understandable and kind of humanizing slash alien, I don't know, gives character to the other species when we see that they were really concerned when the Krogan started doing that. So they made the genophage, which was controversial, and so they have some regrets about it. But all these things, they make some sense. They give tons of additional history and personality, uniqueness to the different species
Teammate injured.
in Mass Effect 3. Well, that's not good. And you just don't get that same depth in Andromeda. Like, take the Ket, for example. The Ket are basically, and this is one of the points that I repeatedly made during the campaign, is the Ket just have a complete identity crisis. Theoretically, the reason why they're in the galaxy, in the Andromeda galaxy,
Target down.
is to reproduce and find better ways to improve their species. Okay, so by that logic, the best thing for them to do would be to partner with other species, because they require other species to reproduce. Their best strategy would be to partner with other species, earn their trust, and more easily be able to reproduce and acquire the desirable traits from those species. What do they do instead? The exact opposite of that. Makes no logical sense whatsoever, which just makes it really hard to buy in. When it's like, okay, well, you're telling me one thing, but in practice, it feels like it really should be the other way. Or rather, you're telling me one thing, but in practice, everyone is acting as if that is not the case. So I can't take you at face value. And if I can't take you at face value, if I never know the extent to which you are actually telling me the truth, in a game that is supposed to be designed around making important decisions that impacts plot and other characters, then what are we doing here? Because that means that I'm just taking wild guesses at things and hoping that they turn out the way I want them to turn out, but it's functionally, at times, random chance, as I was alluding to before with some of the other quests that I took issue with. It's like, if you're trying to be an RPG in which decisions matter, then that means it's important that you give the player the necessary information to make informed decisions to affect the game in the way that players want to affect the game. That's how RPGs function.
We're done here. Get yourself
And
to the LZ.
so that's fundamental. And if you mess that up, then it's a fundamental flaw in the way that you've designed the game. And that's why, although Mass Effect Andromeda tries to be an RPG like the original trilogy, in practice, and I really tried to play it as if it were an RPG and treat decisions with the same time and care that you would treat decisions in the original trilogy. Doing that is not going to make you any more likely to succeed or to get any more out of the campaign, because the campaign is wildly inconsistent with that writing, and so sometimes it'll make a difference, other times it won't, but you never know in advance which times it will matter, which times it won't. So in truth, you're just better off never trying to engage much with that mechanic, or at least never putting much weight into that story-driven mechanic, despite that theoretically being one of the most important aspects of the game. Because you never know when the game is just gonna do a complete 180 on you. And you should, by that account, basically just treat it as if it is purely a shooter. Let's not be greedy like this. Okay, well,
Flatline.
never mind. Wraith didn't give us a choice.
That's how Apex gets it done. Come on home.
Yeah, and again, I'll be honest. In my current 3/4 asleep mental state, I'm probably incapable of performing adequately in game while simultaneously trying to think critically about Andromeda and Mass Effect Legendary Edition / the trilogy. So there were times, there were moments when I was not thinking about that much and could pay more attention to, oh, this is a good opportunity to throw the mine out. And other times when just completely autopilot, and that probably was not happening. So on the times when I did make a point of using the specific grenade strat or mine strat to throw in multiple mines straight in front of people, It probably did make more of a difference, but that was not something I was doing as consistently as perhaps I would do if we were at 100%. And for that reason, I would usually say we should probably wrap up here because I'm struggling right now. But we are very close to reaching level 20. We are like a tiny sliver of HP left. Or tiny sliver of experience left. Let's see, bronze apex has gone up. That may still be enough XP for us to level here, I'm not sure. Yeah, it would be, right? And again, I know this has turned into a complaint about Andromeda nonstop for like an hour, but Andromeda does some things very well. It has other things that it does very poorly, and it is frustrating that some of the things that Mass Effect used to do well are now the things that it does so poorly. And so that missed potential, that missed opportunity is that much more painful for that reason. Did he react? Did he respond to our bronze message? I don't know. Honestly, doing a bronze match to finish things off for the night, that might not be a terrible thing, because... Ooh. This could be interesting. Extra power resources. That's a lot of mines. That should be a lot of mines. Alright, so this is definitely going to be our last one. I assume we should level up from this. So then we'll be level 20, we'll be maxed out. That'll be good. I'm going to stop complaining about Andromeda now. Stop being a sleepy, grumpy
Lockdown
Liz.
territory, people. Secure this position and stay sharp.
Well, we've 15 of the mines, which is pretty sweet. And this is also, I think, a good map for this strategy. Well, it would be a good map for proactively placing the mines, but they're also just gonna conglomerate over here, aren't they? Eventually. Should mean we can just toss them all down in this spot at some point. Remnant's probably the worst for us, though, because they have the observers that are going to be flying, and those are going to be a little harder to hit with the mine, I would think, unless we accidentally throw it too high on a few occasions, and then suddenly we'll be thankful for that. Also, though, it's bronze, so it might still remain most efficient for us to just run around and shoot people in the face with the bomb, because that's pretty efficient, too. Ow. You can't tell me that one of those words is not stupid. Is it "and it's shooting"? Is that what it actually is?
3 more to go. Reload.
Oh.
We're tracking reinforcements. Enemies headed your way.
We complain because we love it. This is true. Turn on subtitles? Huh? Oh, yes, for the voice line. I see what you're saying. I am curious. That's, I mean, the character definitely says it a lot. At some point, I will probably figure it out. But you're right, the subtitles could be a shortcut.
Get down! Off my shield!
Three more to go. Good. Stay sharp.
Right, but it, you know, that takes away from some of the fun, right? Also, part of me wants to believe that it actually is some, like, and actually stupid, or, and he's stupid, or something like that.
Target down.
Break out the super strats for, oh, stopped on 1% there, luckily, coincidentally. We'll save the super mine strats for the last target. Maybe.
Target eliminated. Info on a new target incoming. Stand by.
My shield!
If we don't, you know, just immediately destroy it. That's just a nullifier?
Incoming fire!
I was hoping that the final enemy was going to be like a
Get him.
destroyer or the progenitor.
All enemies clear. Keep it up.
Didn't have as much health, so we weren't able to
Enemies incoming.
take as much advantage of just non-stop mine spamming. At some point, one of those mines will probably explode, and we'll have completely forgotten about it at that point. It's a tempting spot to drop one, though. There we go, okay. Granted, I didn't expect for it to blow up when we were standing right in front of it.
Reload. We're tracking
What did
reinforcements.
we... Oh, we got a third.
Hostiles en route.
Okay, we have to do it here. How many mines was that? Okay. That was 2 out of 3 mines exploding, I think. And one enemy that apparently we damaged but did not destroy. So we had that damage 89 show up. That's a little surprising. Given how this is bronze, you would kind of assume that anything getting hit by trip mine is getting one shot. Okay, well, not loving this angle. Wait, hold on. What if we... It's kind of working. Please go away. Hold on.
Just 3
Is it-
hostiles.
No, this was important. Couldn't witness it as much as as easily as I would like. It was an interesting place to catch the destroyer, though, where we actually could throw it at the ceiling with the trip mine.
We're picking up classified data on the Scourge. Upload it before they lock us out.
This is probably gonna be the toughest spot to hold, depending on where it's at. Well, I mean, the enemy spawned there. Can't tell if that's the far corner, if that's the spot that's kind of still in the middle. that? I can't tell from this angle. That might be the far corner.
Data transfer.
Oh, hello there.
Hang in there, Apex.
Sneak past.
Data received. That's
Totally
right.
stole that kill from
Hang in there, Apex.
our pug pal. Oh, hold on. No, it got stuck on your shield! And that one did too, but it blew up on the other enemies that were standing next to him. That was interesting. I feel like in general we've not seen many nullifiers yet while playing this character, and so that is, I think, the first time we've seen that happen. We are now also out of grenades altogether. So that was what's- But wait, there's more. Oh, I like how I didn't even see that we got a kill from our trip mine, but we got a combat power kill medal, which we only could get from trip mines going off. So apparently, one of our trip mines that we had just left somewhere got detonated. I still think putting a trip mine on the nullifier. Wait, yes, if you put the trip mine on the nullifier shield, yes, it's hilarious. What happens if the nullifier deactivates the shield, though? Does that mean that the trip mine goes away? Does that mean that it basically will immediately detonate on that nullifier?
Incoming fire!
Did we just get a fourth at the very end here? I think we might have. But you should probably make sure you're actually in the
Get
LZ.
it done, whatever the cost.
Yeah, because you weren't in the LZ. They might not have realized that they joined with 10 seconds left in the match, though. That'd be fair. That's, you know. No worries, TJ. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. There we go. Level 20 reached. So this is probably a good place. Oh, and that was potentially the first match ever for that person who jumped into the very end there. So, okay, definitely fair enough. But, just gonna message Broken Rivet since we've been keeping each other up to date for the most part. Let's see, this, or that's gonna be my last one. GG's. Okay. Because, yeah, good stopping point for us, I think, given how we reached level 20 on this character, and given how I was really expecting for us to probably go half as long as we went tonight, given how I, as I'm sure I said more than enough times, I am very sleepy right now. So, we do have some credits, though. So let's head back to the store. And yeah, it's actually... And we played several plat matches. So we accumulated a fair bit here. So let's get some expert packs, shall we? See what we can get here. Ghost Siphon leveled up. That's definitely nice. Been a while since we've seen that level up, since in general we got a whole bunch of those levels early, since that was the first rare weapon we got to max out. Then it took a while because other weapons were catching up for a bit, and we just didn't see Ghost Siphon for quite some time. But as we were saying earlier, we have, I think at this point, gotten at least the base version of most rare weapons, if not all rare weapons, maxed out. So we're starting to see the first few levels of the alternate versions. Eagle, okay, so another level on an ultra rare, that's certainly not bad, and that's a solid weapon. We haven't used it as much as of late, but it's a good reminder that it is much better in Andromeda than it was in Mass Effect 3, so don't forget about it. Don't forget about it. Avenger Siphon, we did use that actually for the majority of the time today, I think. Or close to it. Talon, Bulwark, first level on that. Sandstorm Bulwark. Falcon. More Siphon for that. But of course, in general, Siphon is the version that we're most keen on acquiring. You know, except for the halberd, that one, you know, you can give us other types instead. Give us other weapons besides the halberd. Okay, first Predator Siphon. Nice. Predator S Siphon, technically, of course. And more Predator of the Bulwark variety. I think we can get 2 more of these. Okay, AR barrel. Again, I think this is just the generic assault rifle damage, which we are basically using almost every match, because assault rifles are definitely the most common weapon type for us to take. No, I said no halberd Siphon. Not more halberd Siphon. Okay, well, we can't afford any more expert packs. We just barely can't afford an expert or technical mods pack. That kind of stinks. I mean, yeah, we can get jumbo supply or ammo priming, but that doesn't feel as worthwhile. So maybe we just cut ourselves off there. And again, oh, wait, hold on. I'm gonna say, just to double check, the ultra rare option is character, which I don't think we're interested in. But now there are some other options, when previously there were no other options for the gear slot stuff when we first started today. So especially given how we aren't about to shell out huge wads of cash for ultra rare weapons, we definitely already have commando package. I don't think we have thermal clip storage, but let's double check. Thermal clip storage we do not have. Is it alphabetical? Yeah, and we do have commando. Okay. I wonder if we got commando from like one of the different types of packs, and that's why it shows up here, because it seems like almost every other power, or every other gear slot bonus, once we purchase it, it stops showing up. That's why there weren't any to purchase in the first place when we were looking at the beginning of the day today. And why there are only 2 now. Although that said we had 3 hours left before it resets, so that just seems strange that it must have only been added recently, and yet it only has 3 hours. I mean, I think the uptime for the gear bonus stuff is much shorter. So now, hold on. Means we're extremely close to maxing all this stuff out. Because structural ergonomics is bugged. That one you cannot purchase from the shop. So if we rule that out... Is that the only one? Is that actually the only one we have left? Structural ergonomics. I think that's everything. In that case, that means, yes, we have purchased every single gear slot bonus that we can purchase. As I said, the structural ergonomics is bugged. It is possible to get it, but the only way is by purchasing a DLC that has a unique type of pack that is the only type that can give you structural ergonomics. So, and it can only happen if you have unlocked every other type of gear bonus. So theoretically, that is now an option. I'm not necessarily sure I'm gonna buy a DLC just for one single equipment bonus. So, to be determined, I suppose, but it's at least definitely good to know that we are at that point now where if we wanted to go in that direction, it is an option. So, there's that. And that's a pretty big deal. We maxed out all this stuff with an asterisk, I guess. So we'll take it.